Hello everybody and welcome to Petri's Get IT one-day virtual learning event. Today we are diving not just deep, but we are diving super deep into Microsoft Teams. Now, why Teams? Well, at last reported earnings, Microsoft said that they had 145 million daily active users. Now, doing the math, Microsoft added 10 million daily active users to Teams each month during the last quarter. That is just phenomenal growth. It's crazy how fast Microsoft Teams is growing, which is why it warrants a completely day dedicated to just learning about how to architect, how to secure, how to share, how to collaborate, and how to get the most out of your investment into Teams. Because if there's one universal fact that I think all of us can agree on about Teams, Microsoft is investing heavily and it's not going away anytime soon, which is why we are lined up this entire day with Microsoft MVPs and industry experts to help you educate yourself for free about the latest trends that are happening with Teams, the latest features, and then just diving deep into the functionality of the platform. Now, I want to give a big shout out to our friends over at AvePoint, CoreView, and Veeam for helping make this day possible. Without them, we would not be able to do this type of event, so big shout out to them, and also a big shout out to our speakers today. All of our Microsoft MVP and industry experts have exceptional knowledge and are bringing you a lot of good information that you can tangibly apply in your environment and to your tenant today. Now, one thing you definitely want to do, probably the most important thing you want to do today, are download the handouts. If you go on to petri.com/conference and find this conference, it'll be right at the top. You'll be able to find all the downloads for this event, and you can take these things away, you can print them out, you can tack them up to your corkboard or wherever you want. That way you can reference this material at a later time. This is really industry-leading material by Microsoft MVPs and industry experts. It's definitely something you want to take away. Now, in the event that you have to step away because maybe you have a meeting or something like that, all of these events will be available on demand later today or definitely by tomorrow. So make sure to check those out if you happen to miss one. And I don't blame you. When you got a whole day of information, it can be a little long. But that being said, they are all really good sessions. So make sure to check them out at some point. And again, make sure to download those handouts because that is the most valuable part about today. That being said, I can't wait to get this event started. Can't wait to start learning and can't wait, more importantly, to start applying this knowledge to our own tenant so that we get more value out of the tools and services that we're already paying for. With that, folks, you can find a schedule over at petri.com/conferences. It'll also be showing up here in between each session. And we look forward to helping you get the most out of your tenant. And with that, we're going to kick things off.
Welcome back to the Get IT Teams one-day virtual conference. I'm Steve Goodman and we're going to be talking today about building out your information architecture for Teams collaboration. If you don't know me, I'm a 9-time Microsoft MVP focused on most of Microsoft 365 and in particular Microsoft Teams. I write for Petri, practical365.com, talk at various conferences, and I'm happy to say I host the podcast all about 365 with Jay and Steve, with my good friend Jason Wynn, another MVP from the UK, and I host the Practical 365 podcast with Paul Robichaud. But today we're going to be talking about something very, very close to my heart, which is how we can build out that right information architecture for Microsoft Teams collaboration. So we're going to talk first of all about what information architecture is. It's fundamentally like a SharePoint concept, but I'm not a SharePoint person. And if you're watching this, there's a 50-50 chance neither are you. So we're going to talk about what that is. What is modern SharePoint? And how do we build out collaborative spaces? And SharePoint is important there. And it's really crucial to understand some of the bits, even if we're never going to use them. And we will understand as well during the course of the next 28 minutes left what it is that's important when it comes to Microsoft Teams. How does this all glue together? And when we're thinking about Microsoft Teams, well, it's not SharePoint. It's not just some website. Joke. It's a bigger thing. It's got all of these other things that it hooks into. So how do we think about those things and bring them together? Because we can't just think about files, document and content sharing. And what are the tools that we need to use to accomplish this? What are those building blocks that we're going to use to make this happen, both on that SharePoint side, but in the wider suite, Azure AD, Microsoft Teams, all of these other things, PowerShell, the graph, Power Automate, all of that we'll talk about a little bit later. And also, how do you retrofit this? Or if you're just starting out, how do you do this? And we'll finish off by talking around that as well. So let's go on to the next part of this. And I'm just going to give you this quick primer for those of you like myself, that aren't really SharePoint folks. We understand the technology, how it works, but fundamentally we're across Microsoft 365 and interested in some other things as well. So a good example is a librarian, right? They organize all of the content, and inside SharePoint, it's how you organize your content, because people need to be able to find and search for all of their stuff. So if it's inside SharePoint, you don't want to just rely on Microsoft 365 search to be able to go and dig this out, because that's not, if it works for you, absolutely fantastic. But there's got to be another way of getting to things. It can't just be, I need to understand where my payroll information is. You've got to have some thought about how this is actually structured. So people need to be able to find, search for information, but browse for information as well. You need to have a fundamental structure in place. So how do you find a particular site, or how do you find a particular team? And once you're in there, how do you find information inside that site or team? And if there is important information, then how can you highlight that based on what the context or content actually is as well? And if we have a look here, you'll see a basic modern SharePoint intranet, and this is how it's all put together, right? We've got this homepage, the SharePoint home site. This is the bit that you'll see surfaced in, say, Viva Connections as the place to go in an intranet. And you'll see it's got a top navigation bar. We can understand who we are, what's happening. We can find things in the intranet. We've got fundamental, useful things that we get to when we see the homepage of the site. We've got surfaced information for the company as well, or perhaps that's focused and relevant for us. And if we click on things like My News, it can show us targeted information. You've got to have a way of tagging that information so that people can find it, right? And then further to that, we've got to be able to go in, find different sites. So perhaps I want to go into one of these sites under here. Perhaps I want to go into Contoso Works, and that might be a hub where we'll find all sorts of information inside there, where we can see that there might be within this the place where we find, for example, our benefits. And fundamentally, what we've been able to do is go find the information we want, browse to it. And if we wanted to understand what new facilities there were at some of the sites, then searching for that isn't always going to surface that. We want to browse down and then find that the Singapore campus has new gym facilities when we're finally able to go there. So fundamentally, right, we've got that concept of being able to browse, find, structure, and get to information. And if you think about a librarian and a library, and it's probably no coincidence that we've got SharePoint libraries, but you think about that concept of a librarian organising things into different sections, making it easy for you to find. Then it goes down to the next level, where there is a way of understanding how the information is catalogued and stored. And that's a little bit beyond what we're thinking around Teams, but it's those next level concepts down that are pretty important when it comes to the SharePoint side of things. All right. And now SharePoint's become easier to use. So the big question, if you've been using SharePoint for a while, or perhaps you've just moved to Microsoft 365 and left behind SharePoint 2013, 2016, 2019, and you're looking and seeing some fundamental differences in how this service has evolved. And this is the thing you should be embracing. We do see, where I work, customers who have moved to SharePoint Online, but they've lifted and shifted what they've done. So they've got what are called the classic sites. So what you'll recognise if you've seen SharePoint in the past. Doesn't look so great. Doesn't work quite as well as it does in modern SharePoint. So modern SharePoint is what SharePoint, I guess, always should have been. It's designed to perform better. It works on a mobile device. Just launch it up, use the SharePoint mobile app. Really, you're just seeing modern SharePoint displayed. And it's easy for people to make it look good. Those examples that you can see on the screen, that's not somebody who's built a very, very custom site. This is core stuff. It looks nice. And it's easy for people inside your business, the people who are going to be managing this stuff, to put together. So I know we're talking a little bit about intranets, and we're supposed to be talking about teams, but it is important to understand that fundamental concept, because that glue that we'll come to is crucial, because being able to brand things for the team, department, business unit that you're in is going to help people find the things that they need. So being able to work that way, it will come to that with teams, and you'll see why it's so important. And one of the really useful things to understand is there's a new type of site that we'll use as well. So the way that we communicate, the way that we glue things together, there's some new concepts that are fundamental to modern SharePoint. So instead of publishing sites, we have communication sites, but instead of sub-sites, we have hub sites. And that's the biggest change really to that information architecture. And that's really where we've got that tie-in to Microsoft Teams. This is where it all is leading to, right? So this view of being able to see all of this information, if you've used Teams and clicked on that Files tab, opened it up in SharePoint, this is the kind of thing you see. You see that modern SharePoint site, right? Now, if you want to be able to get that modern site that you can see, it's now in the bottom left of that diagram, then it's the hub sites that are going to glue this together. It's that connective tissue when we're building things like intranets. So those site collections, and a site collection is connected to usually an Office 365 group, Microsoft 365 group. Those are connected to Microsoft Teams often. This is where it's all starting to come together. You want to glue these things together when you're looking out, trying to find that information. This is where hub sites come in. So use it to organize those families of team sites, communication sites together. So it might be things that do relate to your department, your team, things that you'll publish externally for other people to see as well. You'll be able to surface that information in those hubs. And it's easy to retrofit to the environment as well. And fundamentally, it's better than the old SharePoint model of sub-sites under main site collections, because it's much easier to reorganize later on. And we want it to work with Office 365 groups, right, as well. So where does it fit into Teams? So slide that into the middle there, and let's zoom into that site. Whee! All right, and that looks good, doesn't it? That's our site. So somewhere that's connected to Teams. Look at that. Brilliant, isn't it? So what you'll see on the right-hand side is the team. And if you're zoomed into that, let's get the magnifying glass and zoom in here. Then you've got sales and marketing. And I scroll over there, that's the sales and marketing site, right? So that's the back end site that when you click on the files tab that's connected together. But if we zoom back all the way back out to there, then you'll see, right, we can connect that site to other pieces of our environment. So it makes a lot of sense to understand this concept of hub sites, because Teams and SharePoint are absolutely related together. You'll always have a SharePoint site for every single team you've got. So it is more about files and content though. Right, so you've got a site collection. You can use things like Microsoft lists inside that. So there's another SharePoint link that we've got. But what else is that? I mean, Microsoft 365 groups is our core concept for pretty much everything. And that's the link to SharePoint. That's the link to Microsoft Teams. And that's the effective container that things like the channels live in as well. So when we're thinking about Teams, when we're thinking about how it fits into Microsoft 365, that fundamental concept that a Microsoft 365 group brings together data from different sources but contains a single membership list is our fundamental concept to rely on, because that means that when we've got things like group connected apps, then when we're thinking about what somebody's going to need to be able to go into a team, and I remember what this IA is about, we've got the SharePoint concept of it, right? That overall concept still applies in much the same way, that when they go and explore the team that they're in, then they should be able to go and find relevant things for their job. So if they go into a channel, then that they should find a list of channels that relate to the parts of the teams they're in, the things that they're doing. So the structure for that is important. Those group connected apps that they use, those shouldn't be standalone applications. Those should be group connected as well. So if we are planning a project together and working on tasks together, then that should be part of the design of this whole thing. So we're not thinking about these as separate things that they have to go off and find. Big benefit of Teams is that we can go in and find everything in one place. But it's of absolutely no use if you go into Teams and it's a mess in there. We've got to make sure that there's very little sprawl, but not only that, that when you go into the team for your department, then it's got the stuff you need. That's the value. That exposure of all of your useful things surfacing for you in the right place, not just the fact that you can integrate a million different applications. And that's where we come to some of those other things. So if you are working in a team, then you will have those group connected apps, but it's very likely that you don't just use things inside Microsoft 365. A modern organization that's thinking ahead will be using SaaS applications. They will ideally be integrated with Azure AD for single sign-on, not always, but when they are, that makes it easier to surface them inside Microsoft Teams with things like tab integrations. And most SaaS products also have things like bot integrations as well to enable you to search for things, talk to it, use it for things like in terms of things like approvals, add content into it, bring that information in. So whilst those are trimmings effectively on top of Microsoft Teams, fundamentally, the really useful thing is being able to have those applications inside that team and thinking about what people are going to need rather than thinking about all of the things that you can throw in. What does the finance team need? How will this be useful for them? What is a standard project going to have? Now, that isn't always the SharePoint structure to it. It is the scheduling system that they're going to use. It is the project management, Azure DevOps, all of those other things. That's where they should be brought into Microsoft Teams. So third-party applications, right, as well. Now, the other wild card in here is communities, the big Y word, and that's Yammer. So Yammer is built on the same foundation now, Microsoft 365 groups. It uses those same back-end SharePoint sites too. So if you're using Yammer or using communities, then Teams is the great entry point to those. But that information architecture still applies. So if we're thinking about a community where our finance team talk to the rest of the organization and a team that they're in, where they're discussing their ongoing work, then that's another aspect of where we've got that connective tissue. That we might also have a front site to them, like a communications site as well. And automatically modern SharePoint will allow us to use those links together when we're tying that together. But we can add in buttons, so clicking on the button to launch into the communities, and it flips over to Yammer as well if people are going in through the SharePoint route. So when we're thinking about Teams IA, Yammer is coming into this in a bigger and bigger way. So let's have a little demo of what that looks like. All right. So I'm going to go into Microsoft Teams and I've got a fairly standard looking team here. So this is the Mark 8 project team. It's a basic demo site, which you'll recognize from pretty much every single Microsoft demo. And you see that this is a site where it makes a good example of how the organization looks like it has progressively used and built out their own information architecture, but it could well have been planned as well. So if I have a look at this go-to-market plan channel, then you'll see that it's been structured into the right place for the conversations to take place. And we've got access to fundamentally core stuff like files. But we've also got access to key information as well. So if we are looking in here, we might look at the planner that's been attached to it. So really useful core things that get integrated into here as well. And that might not need to be as advanced as additional files, tabs, wikis, and things like that. It could just be making sure that conversations take place in the right place as well. Or it could be bringing in relevant information that will always be applied to that team as well. So it might be the R&D team or an R&D section of the project where we've got a Power BI dashboard that's showing useful information. So let's have a quick look at the tools that you're going to need to use. So to put all this together, you're not going to just build this out and see how it goes. What you are likely to want to use, you don't have to use it, but it's easy, is Microsoft Excel. So Microsoft Excel is a great tool for building out those worksheets because it allows you to build that multi-dimensional structure of what the overall navigation is going to look like, the overall structure. If we're looking at, say, a project, what those different tabs are going to be, application integrations, and list all of those out in a clear and easy to understand way. You don't have to think too much about the tool you're using. You know how to use Excel, so you'll be able to get going pretty quickly. It's what the pros use, right? That's what my colleagues with solutions architects are using to build out IA, both for Teams and SharePoint itself. An IA worksheet is the most common thing that you'll find in that area. Don't go as far as building out Microsoft lists or trying to build other tools yourself. Stuff like this is easy to do because you want to spend time thinking about what goes into it rather than the tool itself. Now, there's also tools in the Teams Admin Center. Now, that's our next step once we've defined a lot of these things. They're not perfect yet, but they're very useful. And of course, the SharePoint Admin Center. So I'll show you how we link things together in just a second. It's pretty straightforward, to be frank. And how are you going to govern this and make sure that this all works the right way? You can't force people to do it if you don't put in some kind of controls. So Azure AD Premium has functionality to help you govern the way that groups are named, managed, the life cycle for those as well. It's very, very crucial in that overall group management. If you go back to, I think, our Microsoft 365 group session I did for this last year, you'll see a deeper section on managing Microsoft 365 groups. That relates to this stuff here as well. So those controls are important. And how are you going to make some of the things happen that don't happen automatically? Well, PowerShell is one way. It might be that you use a bit of advanced functionality in Power Automate as well. So those are all the tools that we use inside our kit bag. So let's go and have a look at how we put some of this together. So I'm back over inside my Microsoft Teams tenant. What have we got here? Well, I've got the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and to be frank, that's not going to be of much use to us. So that's not your starting place for doing this, but it's going to allow you to find things like Microsoft 365 groups and do a bit of analysis of the existing environment. I'll come back to that shortly though. What we're going to need is the SharePoint Admin Center. That's very useful. And the Teams Admin Center. So now managing Teams. Now that's not something that's going to help with building out this IA, right? This gives us, again, much like the M365 Admin Center, it gives us a portal where we can go and see a lot of useful stuff. But this isn't going to be our panacea to make it happen. It's going to allow us to go and have a look at stuff and get an idea for what's there. But that's pretty much it, right? You're not going to use this as your way of implementing IA. However, there's new functionality. You should know about it by now inside Microsoft Teams. You'll find this, I think it's just came to PowerShell, and it's also in the Teams Admin Center. So the first part that came was team templates. I think I wrote about this on Petri a little while back. And this is really useful because this is effectively allowing us to predefine that IA for what a team looks like. So you'll see some built-in examples, and these are a good starting place for this as well. So manage a project. Let's have a look at what Microsoft think is useful. This is a built-in template. And you'll see that Microsoft's example of this includes the general channel, obviously, announcements, resources, and planning. And within that, a notes tab and a plans task tab as well. So if I press apps, then you'll see we've got apps attached to this, tasks by planner and to do, Microsoft lists and approvals, OneNote. We've got all of these different things that are contained and attached to it. So you'll see that from that example where Microsoft want you to start from. And this isn't a bad thing. Just because Microsoft say it doesn't mean you need to throw it away and come up with your own ideas. That would be a case of not invented here syndrome. Sometimes, actually, it makes sense to go with something simple that's been well thought out already. These will not be just ideas popped out of somebody's head. These will be the result of the product group thinking very carefully about what might be needed. So we've got lots of different examples that build that out for us as a template. And you'll see that some of these become quite complex. So manage an event, you can see that we've got OneNote, we've got tasks, we've got links to bring in videos, we've got a link to be able to bring in news, show people the public site, we've got the ability to report issues, submit planning ideas. We've got a lot of really useful things that are attached to this. And you can see, look at this, employee ideas. That's going to bring in an app for us as well. It's good stuff, all right? And it's more than a good starting place. But let's say we've spent that time building out that lovely spreadsheet with all of the useful information in. We want to start and build our new template. So I'm going to go through this and I'm going to give it a name. So I'm going to call it my bespoke project because I think I'm too good for the built-in template. And of course we need to give it 2 descriptions. I didn't use the built-in one, but it would be fine. All right, and then we can pick the locale for this as well. And this is where we can bring in what we've defined. So going through this and understanding it, if you haven't already, if you know Teams, then obviously you're not going to need to go through and see what these settings are going to be. If you're newer to Teams, then this is going to give you some good ideas where we can build out what this looks like if it's not already in our spreadsheet. So useful things in here, and these are the things that you'll bring into your spreadsheet as you build it out, things that are shown by default or not, descriptions for the channel. And this is where we might go project. There was one called resources. I want to be bespoke. I'll call it project resources. And then I can add apps for that as well. So maybe I'll put a website there as well. And I'm going to add that to this. It's customizable. I can add the tab URL for this as well. So this has really improved since the older days, I must say. And resource scheduler. Let's add that. And I'll put in a URL as well. HTTPS integrated. Oh, you'd think I'll be able to type URLs by now. Portal.office.com. I'm not gonna be smart here, okay? And apply that. I can add more for one as well to that channel. So you see the structure that we're building out. It's pretty good. It is pretty good, and I can keep on building this out as well. So let's think about what else we're going to need in that. Assignments. Or let's go for project issues, show by default, and I'm going to have Microsoft lists in here as well. If I can type, there we go. Let's add that, customize it again. Really good stuff, isn't it? So apply that as well. So you can see what I'm doing here. It's really useful for building out that overall structure that we're going to use. So if we're thinking about this scenario where we're defining what things are going to look like, this is going to guide people in the right way. It's going to make things easier for them. That's fundamentally what we want to do. We want to make sure that people are guided into the right behaviors rather than trying to enforce it. So what else can we do then? So let's have a look at the SharePoint Admin Center. Now, I'm going to show this fairly quickly. Zoom in ever so slightly here so you can see it better. And here, this is again a demo tenant. Let's move that over. And I've zoomed in so you can see this in a little bit more detail, and you'll see that you've got sites. All of these are top level site collections, and they have different admins. In most of these, you can see group owners. They're attached to Microsoft 365 groups, as they mostly should. And some of these have hubs. So the ones that have hubs will be attached to another site. So this is attached to Contoso Works. If I scroll down, Contoso Works is another site. Here we go. That's the hub site. It is the hub site itself, a communication site that's going to be the central point to glue things together. So that's our fundamental glue. So if we're thinking about a place where you can find all of your projects, then that's where you might link a hub site for all of those projects teams. Or perhaps if you're building out a project site per client, then you might have a hub site for the client. So that's how you might then go and link these things together, but you'll do that as the administrator rather than the user itself. So if we have built out a new site, let's find one that hasn't got anything attached to it. Group owners, I want a communications site. Then this is where we would go and we would turn this into a hub site. So register that as a hub site. And once we've done that, we can associate things with a hub site as well. So straightforward, find the communication site or create the communication site you want, build that out as a hub site, and then associate your other teams that relate to it, like my project sites example, with that. Should make things a lot easier for you. So maybe you've thought, this is great. I wish I'd have done this from the beginning. Now, all is not lost. All is not lost at all, so don't worry. Now, if you have to do this and work back on yourself, then we're going to be all right. Fundamentally, we're going to be fine. So look at the usage so far. And what are the common trends? What have people been doing that's right? And is there any duplication as well? Obviously, if people just start using the tech, then without understanding why, then things aren't going to be perfect. And we can't fix everything, but we can try. Look at what apps are in use as well, and look at those connections. Can you build out these connections and link things together? And fundamentally, have you spoken to people and asked them what could be done? So final thoughts are pretty straightforward takeaways for you today. So number one, Teams is reliant on SharePoint for its information architecture. But information architecture isn't all to do with SharePoint, right? And some people will never even use SharePoint. They'll be focused on Teams. They'll never go to these things. You might not even need an intranet. Most people do, but you probably won't. They might access it using Teams as well, using Viva Connections. So don't think too much about SharePoint. It's crucial, but think more about the Teams usage and what people are going to need from Teams themselves and how it's going to make people's lives better. And if you can, planning ahead is definitely better than trying to fix it later. Thanks for listening. I've been Steve Goodman.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
We're very excited to be here today to talk about a topic that's gaining a lot of traction these days. So we've got a great agenda for today. We're going to go really into the why, what, and how, right? So we're going to talk about really why you need to be thinking about backing up Teams as part of your Office 365 data protection strategy. We're going to go into exactly what Teams is, how it works on the back end, and look at exactly how with version 5 of Beam Backup for Microsoft's Office 365, how you can essentially protect that data. So I don't think kicking off that we can really talk about this topic without diving into the sheer amount of growth and adoption that this has seen. So Teams is now officially Microsoft's fastest growing business app of all time. And with 150 million Teams active users and 50% growth over the past 6 months, this has been primarily driven, obviously, by this remote transition a lot of us have had to conquer with the pandemic, right? And this has been a huge challenge for us to adjust, but things like Teams has made this much more easy to adjust to. And of course, with that adoption, with many of us having adopted this in the past 6 months, maybe we didn't fully understand exactly how Teams worked on the back end. We had to kind of rush to deploy this in our environment. And really, maybe we missed out on some of those security vulnerabilities and things that we should be thinking of that hopefully we can educate you all on in this presentation and really get you thinking more about what exactly is Teams and how does this work on the back end, and how can we make sure that we efficiently protect this new data that our organization is driving. So I'm going to kick off with the 7 reasons why you need to back up Teams as part of Office 365. And many of these might be familiar, and many of these might resonate more than others, but accidental deletions, starting with that as really the primary reason, because we all know that accidents do happen. And again, it's not so much the deletion itself that happens, because that's innocent enough, but it's what happens post-deletion, right? So if I'm a user and I accidentally delete an item, it may go into recycle bin for about a month, but then after that time, depending on what the data set is, it actually will get permanently deleted. Or if an employee leaves the company after a month, that data gets teed up for deletion. So again, you can see that data, it's not so much the deletion itself, it's whether that data becomes victim to permanent data loss. And that kind of brings me to the next reason, which is essentially what I covered, which is the retention policy confusion and gaps, which it's really the confusion around is the data that I have able to be retained over what my expectations are. So if something is deleted, is it essentially available to me despite those retention policies that I may have set in place, even if an accidental deletion has occurred. There's internal security threats, of course. I can't tell you exactly how often these might occur, but what I can say is that there's always the possibility, right? There's always the possibility that there's a bad egg in our organization that may want to do harm, right? To deliberately cause data loss to occur. External security threats, of course, we all know about the ransomwares and rogue apps of the world, right? But we do know also that ransomware is one of those things that's becoming more and more sophisticated. And it's up to us to make sure we mitigate that and at the very least have a backup. So if ransomware, or a virus goes past the detection layers and security levels in our organization, making sure that at the very least we have a backup. So as that very last resort, if data loss occurs, we're able to get that data back in the form we need to from that backup, recover as quickly as we possibly can. Legal and compliance, we know that Microsoft does have some built-in native capabilities for e-discovery, search capabilities, recovery capabilities, but really what we know about third-party backup solutions is that they really give you much more control over meeting those legal and compliance requirements very quickly and effectively, helping you find that needle in a haystack for those legal and compliance officers hovering over your shoulder, right, weekly or monthly. And of course, managing hybrid deployments, we know many admins have to deal with managing a hybrid scenario, right? So on-prem Exchange and Office 365, and really that's only an added layer of why you should have a backup, right, is managing those more complex environments. And lastly, and really the star of all the reasons, if there is one, and what we're diving in today is really the team's data structure, and the structure itself being the reason why you really should think about backing it up, because it is so complex on the back end, and really you need to make sure you know exactly how to protect that. Okay, next up we have, that these reasons really are valid reasons. These really are reasons. We conducted a survey of both SaaS admins and backup admins, and we asked, what are your primary reasons for protecting the data from Office 365? And you can see that number one on the list, accidental deletion, followed closely by preparation against cybersecurity attacks, malicious users or other internal threats, better restoration capabilities. We talked about e-discovery, recovery. So again, you can see that all of these reasons did come up on the list and are very valid concerns for admins and probably some of you in the audience as well. In addition, for fact number 3, 67% of businesses are still unprotected. We do see that year over year there are more and more admins, looking at backing up Office 365, kind of realizing the light bulb is going on. We do see the trend moving in the right direction, but we do still see in this survey, we asked the question, what is your organization's primary protection strategy for Office 365? And you can still see we do not back up Office 365. and essentially rely on Microsoft's internal processes still. So we do still see some movement to more customers backing up this data. We're seeing that trend in the right direction, but we still do see quite a few aren't. So that's a little bit of a scary stat there. And another reason, and Corinne's going to walk us through this, another reason is that Microsoft themselves actually do state that this is your responsibility. And so they came out with the shared responsibility model. And so Corinne's going to break down how this model looks like in the Office 365 shared responsibility model.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and blow out this entire slide and take a look at all of it as a whole. For those of you who are not familiar with the shared responsibility model, it's a model developed by Microsoft and many other cloud providers to define what a relationship for ownership between a customer and Microsoft is when it comes to infrastructure and data, depending on what service that you're using. This is a breakdown of the data from the software as a service side of the model, which would cover Office 365. And the primary responsibility of Microsoft is to cover your uptime, which includes your hardware, your security on your network, your platform, and your application layer. But when it comes to control of that data and who has access to that data, it starts to tail over into the customer side responsibility. Within that, that means Microsoft will make sure your data is globally redundant. You'll have access to a short-term recycling bin. And you will have to make sure that you have extra copies of your data, make sure that they're stored in additional locations. What does this really mean? It means that if you have a compromised set of credentials, like a compromised privileged account that goes in and deletes your data on Office 365, Microsoft is not really responsible for recovering that data. Now, if they have one of their data centers go down, they are responsible for having that data redundantly local at another data center so that you still have access. So their access servers are available, but if the data underneath those access servers are compromised, that is where the problem starts to happen. And that takes us to the industry standards.
Yeah, so fact number 5 is not only does Microsoft themselves feel that you should be responsible for your Office 365 data, but also research firms also state that you do need a backup. So for instance, IDC state without data protection extended to Office 365, enterprises are exposing themselves to a lot of what we've covered already: compliance issues, data loss, security vulnerabilities, and business continuity risks. Again, I think these are all companies that really study the industry. This is their bread and butter, is making sure that they completely understand everything that's going on in the market. And again, they have definitely observed time and time again, and in all their statements and reports and white papers, that they indeed do all believe in consensus that backup is needed for 365. And now we're going to go into exactly how Teams works, and that brings us to the next fact, which is fact number 6, which is that Teams itself is not a self-contained application. So what do I mean by that? I mean that Teams essentially does act as an abstraction layer in that it brings together data from many different Microsoft applications, including Exchange Online, including SharePoint Online, and OneDrive for Business. Exchange Online, it brings together data from, if you think about messages and images, those messages and images are stored in a blob storage, for instance, or Cosmos DB, and then moved to Exchange for compliance. Exchange contains contacts, calendar meetings. SharePoint Online contains team files, tabs, OneNote, right? And, of course, OneDrive for Business contains chat files. So you can see that there's a whole back-end universe of data that's fed into Teams, right? So that in itself is eye-opening, but also is how the legacy way of backing up has really shifted. So if we look on the next slide here, and Corinne, if you want to take us through the next part of these slides here.
Thank you. So Because it's not a self-contained application and that there's all these back-end data entities, there was a legacy, or what we refer to as a legacy method, since there is now an API to tap into the team's data, a legacy method of protecting team source data. So whenever you're sending a message between two users, it's actually leveraging, say, Microsoft Exchange. So we were able to back up Microsoft Exchange. We were able to back up SharePoint Online for all of your channel information. And of course, anytime you send a document through Teams, it's going through OneDrive. In the new version, we're able to tap into a developed API from Microsoft for Microsoft Teams, which allows us to get that metadata and configuration data from the abstraction layer in Teams. So it's not just backing up those raw data sources, and it's not just exporting those raw data sources, but it's being able to back up the settings, the members, the structure, and restoring those back to the original location, giving us faster and more granular control of, say, channels and tabs, as well as making your job just easier. We've developed a new application explorer, which we'll cover a little bit more in the next section. But this entire backup of the abstraction layer has lent us to a whole new backup and restore capability, making it easier and faster on the end administrator.
Yeah, and if we reference that header title that was "Not all backup solutions are created equal," I think it'll become clear as we go through these next slides what we mean by that. And to date, Veeam Backup for Microsoft Office 365 is actually the #1 solution in market in terms of market share and overall popularity. So again, we do see that we have some pretty unique differentiators that I'm excited to share. So again, this past winter, we came out with our version 5 of this product, which enabled Microsoft Teams support. And essentially, it added purpose-built backup and recovery for Microsoft Teams. And what I mean by purpose-built is that essentially we're able to tap into Microsoft APIs and really put the admin, put the IT pro in the driver's seat, giving them full control over that data. So whether it was the recovery capabilities, whether it was the search capabilities, making sure that you're able to completely leverage the Teams environment and back up and recover that Teams environment really the way it should be for the best efficiency possible. So Corinne's going to break down each of these items in a little more detail in the following slides.
So with the purpose-built team backup, again, we tapped into that Microsoft API, which allowed us to get those original data sources, not just the data entities like within Exchange for seeing those archived chat messages. But coming into the channel settings and application tabs means that we're able to restore back to those specific components. And of course, we still have that great flexibility of being able to use an object storage type or any type of managed service provider so that you don't have to worry about that on-prem footprint for your OpEx type of infrastructure when it comes to the software as a service. And of course, we developed a new Explorer, which is Veeam Explorer from Microsoft Teams, which is for purpose-built restore processing and faster kind of data querying of the Teams data itself. You no longer have to go to these separate explorers or these separate entities just to be able to restore your Teams. The recoverability is very granular. You can go everywhere from restoring the messages back to the original channels to saving or exporting capabilities, getting specific files or specific conversations. And this brings us over 40 different ways to restore through all of our explorers within the Veeam Backup for Microsoft Office 365 platform. Now, e-discovery is a huge conversation in the industry, and we have taken our same technology within our previous explorers and imported that into the Teams Explorer, allowing you to search by almost an endless number of categories and fields and conditions so that you get the data you need to meet your compliance and regulations in a fast, easy manner. You never have to worry about maybe an archive being offline, going through the hard learning curve or the bigger learning curve when it comes to learning native Office 365 e-discovery processes. And we'll take a look at it within our demo here for a little later on how that works. Not only did we include Microsoft Teams backup into our new version, but we've snuck in a couple other capabilities to make it a more efficient process. We've increased the amount of objects that we can import into a console, so we can now support larger organizations. We're tapping into RESTful API calls in order to process SharePoint sites. Not only is it great for massive lists, but it makes even your smaller SharePoint sites even faster during that backup process. And our database between two object storage is twice as fast as it used to be, making the movement of that data even easier than before. So what does this look like as a whole? You're able to use a single console to manage your entire Office 365 environment, whether you're running a hybrid or even just a cloud-only environment, so that you're able to seamlessly search, backup, and restore any of your data. We have very flexible repository types, whether you're running an on-prem with a local storage or even an S3 compatible on-prem. Or if you want to move up to the cloud, we have object storage compatibility with many of the main vendors, as well as anything that's S3 compatible. The number one point to make here is we also do not lock you into any of these storage types. So if you start out with one storage and decide later that a different storage type makes more sense to your business, you're able to seamlessly migrate your data over. There is no lock-in. And of course, as we talked about a little earlier, we have 4 different explorers inside this console, ranging from restore to original or new location options, sending out as an email, which is one of my favorite features. You're able to send as an attachment directly from these explorers out as an email to an end user, making help desk tickets super easy to get data back. And exporting and saving items are good for compliance and any type of legal reasons. If you do need to say, get this out of your administrator's hand, we have an entire group of service providers that can provide self-service portals, making it an entirely OpEx feature. And again, these are the 40 different ways that you can restore. And if you'll notice in this sheet, they're not just restoring into raw data formats, but in formats that make sense to that application. Looking at Exchange, you see, say, a message file or a PST file are the options for restoring. When you get over to SharePoint, as you would expect, you see documents and libraries. And of course, Teams, we're looking at all of that channel and tab data to be able to restore. And we can go take a look at demo. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. This is the Veeam backup for Microsoft Office 365 console. When you initially install the console, it is very straightforward to get set up. You add in your organization, select whether you're running just a cloud only or even a hybrid environment, and checking the box for all of the applications that you wish to back up within this console. Then you can come in and create as many repositories as makes sense to your business, whether you're working to an object storage and would like to use, say, an encryption on that object storage, or how you would like to define your retention, whether you're keeping your data forever or you need a number of days policy. Coming into the job creation, the jobs are just as flexible, getting to name your job as well as what type of objects that you're adding in. It's not just users or sites or teams, but if you have dynamic groups already configured within your business, you can define those groups within the backup process and say segmenting off HR from help desk and finance so that you're able to appropriately assign the number of resources to each of these groups or entities. If you do need a catch-all job, you're able to do the entire organization and then scope down to within that organization which applications make sense to back up within the job for your business. The exclusion list is just as dynamic, and you can have an exclusive delete or exclude all for your backup process. The job run times are very flexible. You can run your job as often as makes sense to your business without any type of penalty. And last, we'll go ahead and take a look at some of our explorers here. But to demonstrate the full power of our explorers, I'm going to go ahead and delete a file within our team's organization here. We'll delete that and allow it to finish the deleting process and come over to the Veeam backup from Microsoft Office 365 console and take a look at all of the explorers since we're in here. So we'll go ahead and get SharePoint started up, as well as OneDrive and our Teams backup. Starting with Exchange, just as you expect, you see all of your mailboxes and all of the folders underneath that mailbox, as well as calendars and your contacts and even tasks and notes within the Exchange side. Coming over to SharePoint, we're able to see all of our SharePoint subsites, our content. If you have your OneDrive, of course, it just looks like a file folder where you're able to see text and documents underneath here to restore. But the highlight we're going to see here is Teams. Within the Teams application, if you're not sure where that document is within your backup, we have many different search categories modifying to say, I know what field, it's going to be a file field. I know that the name of the document contains something, which is going to be OSI. Now, the power within this search is I'm actually searching across my entire organization worth of backups, not just one channel, which can help with those very, very vague help desk tickets. In just a couple of moments here, it's even reaching out to my object storage backups to see what data is within that backup. And if I want, I could restore directly from here through this process, or I can open up the original location and see where that data was originally at. From here, you can open the view to make sure it's the right document. If there are any versions, you can roll back a version to send to an end user, restoring to the original location, of course. Saving and exporting files is either as a file or as a zip. And one of my favorite features is sending directly from an email prompt here out to an end user the data that they need. In this case, we're going to go ahead and restore back to the original location. It's going to ask me to authenticate, and then give me a couple options for restore. Whether I want to just restore changed items or missing items, if I have an entire list group to restore back, or the latest version. Say there is a file that gets updated maybe 100 times. Well, if you need to restore all 100 versions of that file, it's going to take significantly longer to get all of that data back to your end user when, if they may only need the latest version, you can select the latest version from here. In this restore, it's going directly from, in this case, object storage, back over to the Office 365 Teams environment and into the correct channel and the files within the organization. Once it's finished, we'll have a list of what was complete. In this case, it's only going to be one file, and it shows that it's a success status. If there is a failure, it may give you a description for what failed or why it failed to restore back to that location. And we'll do a quick refresh over here to see if we can see that file, and there it is. Back to the original location, and if you notice, it has the original modified date because we are backing up that back-end data. Back to you, Edward.
Okay, thanks, Corinne. Every time I see that cat photo, that makes me laugh. Critical data, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to wrap up, but first, don't take our word for it. So please leverage TrustRadius and G2 platforms where we have this product listed. We have completely raw and unfiltered quotes and reviews of this product from customers. So again, don't take our word for it. We love the product, of course, but our customers definitely will have something to say about this. So definitely check these out. One of my favorite quotes here is, "Get Veeam Backup for Office 365. Your boss will love you." So we hope the same for you. We hope your bosses will love you if you start using this product. So check out those platforms. Also, we have a few takeaways and a few key actions. So if you're still on the fence about backing up Office 365 or Teams and really want to make sure that you get together a checklist of things to basically a criteria to look for, we have this helpful checklist here we hope you'll use as you're investigating this a little more. If you're investigating other solutions, really look for that rich feature set. As we've covered, we back up Teams, but we also back up Exchange Online, on-premises, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, and of course Teams. We have 40 restore options, as Corinne showed. So definitely, as you're investigating other solutions or this solution, make sure that you look for that full feature set. Make sure that you have the flexibility and choice with the solution that you're using. Can you deploy on premises and in the cloud? With this solution, you can actually deploy in the Azure Marketplace directly or in the AWS Marketplace. So having that flexibility to use any storage target that you want to. Many vendors will actually lock you into a particular storage. There's not much infrastructure flexibility if you want to leverage Azure 1 year and AWS the next. Really look for a solution that has that flexibility. Veeam definitely has that built into the solution. And of course, innovation. Look for a solution that is constantly improving. We release a new version year after year, and of course, we're known for a really simple, powerful solution. And of course, we always look out for customer feedback and make sure that we implement it. Why don't you take us through the rest of these here, Corinne, for us?
Sure. So the next on the list here is scalability. Being able to handle a type of business growth and subtraction to users. We have our backup proxies, which makes it friendly for the enterprise as well as an SMB type of business. Coming to integrations, knowing that you're natively integrating with the Office 365, handling those large ecosystems through things like service providers, so you have options to take a lot of this type of processing out of your hands and just have the ability to do the restores that you need. Integrated with the hyperscale cloud types of scenarios, so we are able to deploy directly to Azure Marketplace and back up your Office 365 environment to an S3 storage or a blob storage to give you all of the types of deployments that make sense to your business. One of my favorite from this list is going to be in the breadth of service category. As administrators, we're already wearing a lot of hats, and we have a lot of responsibilities. Finding a backup solution that covers all of your needs or a majority of your needs is crucial when it comes to a single support line to get in contact and make sure you're getting your right data back. So someone that covers cloud, physical, and virtual infrastructures all within the same types of interface gives you a clean restore process back.
Great.
And that comes to share items.
Absolutely. So we do encourage you to read up or share this conversational Microsoft Teams backup ebook. This was written by Brian Posey, who is a Microsoft MVP, and should contain a lot more details and information than what we were able to share today. So we do hope you'll get hold of this ebook and give us a read. This will, again, give you a little more icing on the cake so that you can fully understand really all the intricacies that we covered today on Microsoft Teams Backup. And, of course, we encourage you to see for yourselves. So take the free trial download. You get completely unlimited feature capabilities, free for 30 days. We also have a community edition version of this product. So if you want to back up 10 users or less, you can do so completely free forever. So get started with this trial download, and yeah, we hope you like what you see.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good day, wherever you are. Welcome to Petri's Get IT Teams one-day virtual conference. I'm sure Brad and all those folks have really gotten you excited. They're kind of my opening act for this bit. Having a great time. Teams is a great product, and there's been some really great information today, and the speakers following me are going to do an even greater job. This session, for the next, half hour or so, we'll see where it goes. I'm going to be talking about understanding Microsoft 365 groups and how they apply to Teams. Now, I know what you're saying. This is a Teams day, all day, nothing about Teams. The word Teams doesn't even show up in my title slide. Well, I'm kind of sneaky. Teams uses Office 365 groups in the background for everything. So you can't be good at Teams without also being good at Microsoft 365 groups. So I'm going to talk you through some groups things, but I'll make sure and let you know how they pertain to Teams. This is all Teams stuff. I promise you're going to love it. First, a couple of words about me. I'm Todd Klint. I am an Office Servers and Services MVP. I think it's about that long now. It barely fits on my business card. I have been doing SharePoint and Microsoft 365 for a very long time. And this part, groups and Teams and all that, kind of newish technology, really loving it. It's great stuff. But you may have seen me. I've spoken at SharePoint conferences, tech eds, things like that. I've written some books. I've got a blog. I do consulting. So a lot of these things that I'm going to talk about today are things that I've actually seen at customer sites, real world in the field sort of things, and guidance that I've given my customers who are implementing Microsoft 365 and Teams and all of that. You can see at the bottom of this slide is my contact information. You can reach me on Twitter. I'm out there all day posting pictures of my breakfast and things like that. I've got a blog. You can also email me, todd.klint@simpraxisconsulting.com. If you've got any questions about this, need the slide deck, or just want to chat, that's how you can get a hold of me. All right, enough of that boring non-technical stuff. Let's get into the meat. The first question is, what are these Microsoft 365 groups? You can see from this slide, they have many names. They used to be Office 365 groups. Now they're Microsoft 365 groups. You may see them called unified groups, all the same animal. It just as Microsoft moves through and rebrands things, it's all the same. Of course, that's complicated because groups as an object existed in Active Directory 100 years ago. They exist in SharePoint. These are different than those groups. So these Microsoft 365 groups are essentially a set of resources that are all permissioned exactly the same way. Microsoft, as they've architected the Microsoft 365 infrastructure, they have tried to do a really good job of letting product groups do the thing they're really good at and nothing else. So the Exchange team now, they do messaging, and they don't have to worry about file storage or chat or any of that. They do messages. They sling emails back and forth, and that's all they do. The SharePoint team, they store files, they power collaboration, things like that. That's all they have to do. The Teams team, they power real-time chat and audio, video and all that. They don't have to worry about where to store files or anything like that. To make all of that work, Microsoft put this permission layer underneath them called Microsoft 365 Groups, so that when you go to a team that you have permission to, you know you also have permission to that team's distribution list, which the Exchange team owns. And you also have permission to the files that have been uploaded to it, which the SharePoint team owns. Microsoft 365 groups are the thing that glues all of that together. Now, I get this question a lot about what are they? And my answer to that depends a lot on who my audience is. So if my audience is IT pros, which I think probably most of you in the audience are, when I get that question, what is a Microsoft 365 group, from an IT pro, I tell them that it is a lot like an Active Directory security group on-prem, like a Windows Active Directory thing. You go in, you create it, it's an object, it's a container, it can have objects in it, user objects. It is a securable object itself, so it has a SID, or the cloud version of a SID. And you use it, it can be an access control entry and an access control list. You can secure objects with it. But when you create this thing that is essentially a Windows Active Directory security group, when you're done creating it, When you create it in the cloud, little robots scurry off into the cloud and they create a bunch of resources. They create an Exchange distribution list. They create a SharePoint site. They create a planner plan. They create things in Power BI, all these things that are all secured by that same security group. That's what I tell IT pros. Now, if a user, if I'm explaining Microsoft 365 groups to my mom, for instance, I would say, Microsoft 365 groups are just like distribution lists in email. So have you set up gone into Outlook and set up a distribution list for all the people in your volunteer organization? This is just like that. You set that up and you send them an email about this great volunteer opportunity. But when you get done creating that distribution list, a bunch of robots scurry off into Azure and they create a bunch of resources. They create your distribution list in Exchange, but they also create you a SharePoint site. They create you a planner plan. You see where this is going. So it is all of those things. From a technical history background, groups sort of grew out of distribution lists in Exchange. So you'll see a lot of pinnings of that as you're trying to manage them, but that is what they are. Now, behind the scenes, we have all these different products, and depending on when the product was developed and when the product made its way into Office 365, the background is a little different. And so the permissions level, when you add somebody to a group, how it gets spread out, part of it is federation. So part of it is the product like SharePoint or whatever looking to Azure AD to see who is in this group. And part of it is synchronization. So for instance, if you make a change to an Office 365 group, it might not show up in Teams for up to 24 hours. It's way better than it used to be. And it's changing all the time. There used to be a lot of copying going on in the background. Slowly the synchronization is being taken away and it's being federated. But they're kind of moving things around in the background. So what is the plan? Why would you use these? What's so exciting about them? Well, the great deal is it's one-stop management for you in IT and for your users. You don't have to worry about adding somebody to the accounting team, into the accounting SharePoint site, into the accounting distribution list. You just add them to the accounting Microsoft 365 group and they have access to everything. The other great thing is it's one-stop compliance and governance. So you can apply sensitivity labels, things like that, to a group, and it applies to everything in the group. You can apply governance policies to the group, and we're going to cover those a little later in the talk. And it applies to everything in the group. You don't have to worry about setting a sensitivity label in SharePoint and having it not apply to Exchange. It's all the same for all the things in the group. And then it's easy for people to manage the access, so you don't have to worry about people getting access to things they're not supposed to. And the other thing I'm going to talk about there, they can be dynamic. That's something that comes up a lot, is having these groups that aren't just statically assigned, but our membership to the Microsoft 365 group is based on some attribute, what department somebody's in, what city somebody's in, whether they like cats or not. That can all be determined and their membership added. And when we talk about these groups, we're going to talk about that there's kind of 3 different types of these groups, and we'll talk about why that is in a second. But you can have a group that is a Teams group, which obviously you all care about because you're at the Teams thing. You can have a group that doesn't have Teams, and you can have a group that has Yammer. Apparently people want that. We'll cover that later, but there is some concept of different types of groups that you have to know how to manage. So how do you use them? They are created automatically. You don't have to worry about it. There is no groups admin center in Microsoft 365 admin. They're just created in the background. You mostly don't have to think about them from an administrative standpoint. One piece of advice that I will give though is you should create them, or your users should create them, in whatever the most correct place is for that communication. So what I mean by that is you're all Teams folks. So if you're thinking about groups and in the context of Teams, when you talk to your users, when you talk to your IT staff, they should create the group in Teams, in the Teams application, Teams management, whatever. That will make sure that that group is created the best way for that application. Now, of course, there's always going to be the SharePoint site that gets created and the Exchange distribution list, but if you create it in the place you're going to use it the most, you're going to get the best experience. And the other thing is for the end users, that gives them that familiarity with that interface for the management, because the management will probably also take place in that same application. So you can create them anywhere, but my advice is always to create the group in the place where you're going to use it the most. They can be public or private. Public means that they are public to your tenant. Anybody in your tenant can search for them. Anybody in your tenant can add themselves to them, things like that. They can also be private, which means they're invite only, very exclusive, and they don't show up in searches. So you can have groups that deal with sensitive topics, mergers and acquisitions, things like that, without somebody being able to say, oh my goodness, there's a mergers and acquisitions group. We're going to be merged or acquired. That is all something that you can make the group private, and then it becomes invite only. One really important thing to keep in mind is to beware of how groups are deleted. If you delete any portion of a group, if you delete the site in SharePoint, the team in Teams, whatever, the entire group gets deleted. And Microsoft has done a very good job of making that more obvious in recent years, but in past years, I've absolutely had customers lose data because they went in and they're like, what are all these planner plans? I'm never going to use these. We don't even like planner. And they delete the planner plan, thinking they're cleaning that up. And in reality, they kicked off a series of events that deleted all of that group, the SharePoint site, whatever. Again, very uncommon these days, but it is something to be aware of. If that should happen, you have 30 days to restore that group and everything will show back up, and you can do that in PowerShell and Azure AD and a bunch of other places. But just know that deleting any part of that resource group deletes it all. I talked a little bit about there being different kinds of groups. And for those of you that have been in Microsoft 365 for a long time, specifically before groups was a thing, you might have some SharePoint sites like the accounting group. I always pick on them. They might have been one of your first groups that got into Microsoft 365, shortly after the last big war. And they've been there for a long time. They've got a lot of content there, but now they want to start using Teams. And you can't create an accounting whatever because there's already an accounting SharePoint site. Whatever do you do? You can groupify your SharePoint site. And that is an option if you have a site in SharePoint that does not have a group attached to it. In the gear, in the admin settings for that site, you can create a Microsoft group from that site. And then when you do that, the little robots scurry about and they create the distribution list, they create the group and all of those things. And that SharePoint site's permissions are juggled about a bit, but they stay the same. So that's one thing you can do. And if you have any questions about that, you can click the link in the slides if you've downloaded those. But the term that you need to go out to Bing and look for is groupify, and that will show you how to do that. Piece of PowerShell will do it if you have a lot of them, or you can do it from the interface if you've got permissions. Once you have that group, you still don't have teams. So the next thing you can do is you can teamify an existing group. We'll look at all this in the demo, but essentially what that means is you've got a Microsoft 365 group that doesn't have Teams or doesn't have Yammer attached to it, and you can create a team based on that group. So now the aforementioned accountants, they've got this great, well set up SharePoint site. They've groupified that and created the Microsoft 365 group, and then they teamify that group so that now the accountants can do their real-time chatting in Teams. Any files they upload there will go to their existing SharePoint site. It's all a beautiful thing, and accountants love it. But again, the terms you want to go out and look for on the internet are groupify and teamify, and that will get you where you want to go. And then because the Microsoft 365 groups sort of grew out of Exchange and distribution lists, I've found that the easiest way to manage them is in the Outlook client. And that can be your thick client on your desktop or the web client. It's got a pretty good interface also. We'll look at that in the demos. But that is a great way to change the properties of your group, toggle it between public and private, add people, change descriptions, delete them, things like that. And there is even just a whole groups management portion inside of Outlook. So if you create the group and you normally use SharePoint, if any of your administrators, somebody in accounting wants to make some changes, don't forget, even if you're using it primarily in Teams or SharePoint, Outlook is a pretty good interface for editing those things. I talked earlier about how you can have a dynamic group. So this is a group where you don't statically assign users, but you create some rule in Azure AD, because these groups are attributes in Azure AD. You create a rule for this group, and its membership changes based on people's properties. So I've got a whole big blog post on this with lots of pictures and walkthroughs at toddclint.com/create-dynamic-groups. But this requires IT right now, so your users can't do this. So if you wanted to create this, groupify your accounting site and all that, you'd have to have IT do it because it's the only place they can specify the rules and the dynamic user setting. But for the accountants, let's say we want to create a membership rule that says if extended attribute 3 is accounting or if department is accounting, they automatically get added to the accounting group. So that's great because then you bring new accountants on, you hire somebody new in payroll, and you don't have to worry about giving them access to the SharePoint site and the Teams and all those kind of things. Because the group is dynamic, it will automatically work for them. The other thing you can do is maybe everybody who reports to a specific manager or everybody who lives in a specific, work out of a specific office. All of these things are great for dynamic membership to these groups, which of course then gives them access to Teams and all of that. I talked about how there are 3 sorts of groups roughly, and this is a great infographic that I stole from Matt Wade at icansharepoint.com. I've just found that this is the best way to kind of visualize all of this. For the Teams folks, which I assume you all are because this is a Teams event, we really want to pay attention to the adorable lavender color here. So no matter what kind of group you have, you get the things in the middle. You get the planner plan, the SharePoint site, the OneNote, which is in SharePoint, Stream, Power BI, all the kind of things. You get all of that, and then the blue things at the top. But think of that as sort of a fungible group. It can go one of 2 ways. You can, because Yammer and Teams have very similar functionality to them, sort of, so I'm told, the group can only have one or the other. So you've sort of got this group that doesn't have Teams or Yammer, and that's where the teamifying comes in, or whatever the verb would be if you wanted to connect it to Yammer. I don't know if anybody ever does that, but that is kind of how to look at it. So this is part of the reason why I offered that advice earlier. If your primary reason for this group is to collaborate in Teams, then you should create it in Teams because then Office 365 knows you want a team attached to this group and it will just attach it. But here are the ways you can see all the different options that you have inside of that. And really just a great infographic. Thanks to Matt for this. I don't know if he knows I stole it, but I did. But this is really good, suitable for tattooing or any of those things. Keep this in mind as you're trying to figure these groups out and what goes where and all of that. So you've got your group created, and you've created it in the right spot, and you have all the right resources. Who are the players? What do we have in here? And I bring this up because I come from the SharePoint world, and I do this talk in front of a lot of SharePoint audiences. And permissions inside of groups are different than SharePoint permissions, and so I kind of wanted to call that out. In groups, we really only have 2 different types of users. We have owners and we have members. And the owners, they're the big cheeses. They own everything. They can make changes to the settings in the site. They can delete, they can delete people, things like that. Add, remove members, change the settings. Specifically, removing members is something they can only do. And for the SharePoint folks, this is like a site collection administrator. They can do all of the things. If it can be done, the group owner can do it. Then there are also group members. So these are just regular members inside the site. They can add content, remove their own content. They can invite people to private groups, but then the owner has to approve it, things like that. They are like a site member in SharePoint. They have read, write, and all of that kind of stuff. For SharePoint folks, there is a very obvious permission missing, read only. So that was a pretty well-used group and permission where you could give somebody access to a site, but they couldn't change anything. They couldn't break anything, which was really safe. You don't have that in groups, and that seems like a really obvious thing that you're missing. Why do I not want to give people read-only access to SharePoint or Planner or things like that? And really, Teams is the reason why, because think about what read-only access to a team looks like. You can see the chats, you can see the files, but you can't comment. It's like you're a ghost in that. That's really weird. And then the people that are in there, they don't necessarily know you're there because you never participate. On internet groups, that's called lurking. It's generally not liked. So there is no read-only with groups. Keep that in mind. Now, if you have a SharePoint site that you use, the SharePoint site in the background has all of the SharePoint groups that you're used to, and the Microsoft 365 group members and owners are dropped into the applicable SharePoint group. So you could add people to the read-only, the visitors group in SharePoint, but that permission would only apply to SharePoint. It wouldn't apply to anything else. So don't do that. Now, you do also have this third group of folks called guests. These are like members, but they're outside of your organization. And this is something that has to be turned on at the tenant level and at the application level. And it's kind of a, with Teams, it makes a little more sense to do that, but there also is kind of this third group called guests. Let's talk about guests. So this is when you want to collaborate with folks that are not in your tenant, not in your company, not in your organization, whatever. And this is different than sharing a file in SharePoint. Again, I do this talk a lot for SharePoint audiences. So this is different than going into a PDF or something and saying share and putting, Todd@google.com, whatever. This is adding them to the group itself, so all of the different pieces of the group, so that they can collaborate at the SharePoint files and Teams, chats and all those kind of things. In the context of Teams, once somebody is added as a guest, so somebody outside your organization, and this can be somebody that is in another Microsoft 365 tenant, so this can be a professional contact. It can also be somebody that has, like a Google account or a Yahoo account or anything like that. They can both be added. The experience for them is a little different. Microsoft has a great document called the guest experience in Microsoft Teams. I probably should have linked it here. That kind of gives you an idea what they can and can't do and what things look like to them. But they are able to join your team for that group in their regular Teams client and also in the web client, the Progressive Web App. Now, Teams is well known for not having great support for switching organizations, and this does show up as a different organization. It'll show, for them, it will show their tenant, and then it will show your tenant with guest in the thing. So what I do, because I'm a guest and a lot of other tenants, is I create an application in Edge. So if I open up a profile and I go to Teams and I log into somebody's tenant as a guest, in Edge you can go up at the top, you can go to apps, and you can say install this as an app, and it will install the Teams PWA as a separate application in Windows, and then it sits separate from your regular Teams app. So I can be in your organization as a guest in one instance of Teams, but in my regular organization, so I don't have to switch back and forth. It's really the only way that I found that makes it tolerable for me. Again, this can be managed in Outlook, so you can go into the Outlook app or the Outlook web app and add people, remove guests, and things like that. There is a bit of a courting process when you invite a guest to your group. The owner has to send out an invitation, the guest has to see it, and they have to accept it, and there's some things like that, but that's what it looks like. For Teams, it makes a lot of sense because now you can add people and chat with them and audio, video things. I would recommend reading that guest experiences document. I would also recommend testing this on your own. So we all have email addresses that aren't our company email address. My advice is to try that out, invite yourself, your other self, to one of your groups just to see what that experience is like, because it's a little different and you're going to make assumptions about what works and what doesn't if you don't play with it. And the other thing is, if you're at an IT thing, you're probably going to be the one they come to if there's any problems. So you're going to want to have an idea what that experience looks like and have a group already set up, guests, so that you can jump in and see what that looks like. But that really helped me understand what that experience was like better. I've already talked a little bit about this, how you can manage membership. This is mostly from the end user side. You can do it from any of the applications. So if I add a user in SharePoint, to a group, they're going to have access to the distribution list in Teams, again, within 24 hours or so. The groups portion of Outlook is currently my favorite way to manage groups because it's just built for that. You can also do it on the mobile app. The Outlook mobile app is pretty slick. For IT, you have to manage this at the tenant level. So there are Azure AD policies that you can create. We're going to talk about that after the demo. And then the different application places, SharePoint Admin Center, Exchange Admin Center, things like that. Couple of things that I do want to mention. You cannot nest groups, full stop. So any question you have that starts with can I and has the word nest in it, the answer is no. You cannot nest Microsoft 365 groups inside of each other. You can't nest an Azure AD security group inside of a Microsoft 365 group. You can't nest a Microsoft 365 group inside of an Azure AD security group. You can't nest at all. Kind of stinks, especially if you are an on-prem Windows admin for any amount of time. You're used to doing that and leveraging that. So with the example of accounting, you might have an accounting security group and then an AP security group. And you put the new AP people in that, the AP group goes in the accounting group. You can't do that with Microsoft 365 groups. However, at the end of this demo, I'm going to show, or at the end of this session, I'm going to show you a sort of a way around that, a way to get where you're going at the end. But just know that you can't nest any of that stuff. The other thing is you can use PowerShell for automation. I could do a whole session on PowerShell for Microsoft 365 groups. Brad, if you're listening, let's make that happen. But what makes this complicated, and we'll talk about this a little bit later in this deck, is that since the groups can be managed from any of the applications, the groups can also be managed from any of the applications PowerShell. So some of it is, you can do, if you're comfortable with the SharePoint PowerShell, you can do it that way. I use the PNP PowerShell for almost everything, but the Teams PowerShell will manage groups. So it's really which PowerShell environment you're most comfortable with. Try that first and see if you can get the thing. But know there's a whole lot of different ways to get in there. All right, let's take a look at a demo quick. Let's see kind of where some of these groups are at and what they look like. All right, so let's look a little bit about what the end user experience with groups looks like. I am logged into this tenant as Adele. She's an account manager for us. And like I mentioned, there's a lot of different ways to create a group in Microsoft 365. So we can obviously do it in Teams. And when you do it in Teams, you just create a team and that team creates a group and that shows up down here. So I create that, I create a team. From scratch, we do that. Public or private, so I mentioned how the group can be public or private. You give it a name, a description, all of that, and it creates it. That seems pretty obvious. Let's not do that just yet. So I talked about some other ways we can create groups. So one of them is inside of SharePoint, right here. So I want to create a site, and I will call this Petri1. You can see already that's creating a group email address and knows it's going to be creating a group. Site description, I'm not very clever. Again, public or private, you recognize all of this is very group-like. Additional owners, let's make Lee another owner because it's always good. And let's add a member. I'm trying to think of anybody else in this tenant. I can't think of anybody. No results. Oh, goodness. Look at John. No, there's no John. Mark, Mary. Oh, goodness. Well, it'll have to just be Lee. So it's created. All right, so that's out there. Obviously, we are in SharePoint. It's all good. We've got our members. We can manage the members here. And all that. So now let's go back to Teams for a second. So we don't have, I mentioned if we create it in SharePoint, we don't have a team or anything like that. So we have a couple of ways. One of the things is right here, we can add the team right here. I'm logged in as an owner, so I have the permission to do that. We can add a team right here, and that's what this says. Add real-time chat, blah-de-blah-de-blah, add teams to your group. That's one way to do it. The other way we can do it is we can go into Teams. We can say create a team. We can say from an existing group or team. And so from here we say, oh yeah, we've got this Microsoft 365 group, and there it is. So now we can create our team from that. And now it's all, that's all part of the same thing. So if we upload files, they show up in SharePoint, so on and so forth. And I'm guessing if we go back here and refresh this page, yeah, we lose a little dealio there because it knows it's got a team. So that is one way for the end user to handle all that. I mentioned that some of your best management is in Outlook. So let's look at this. And we have groups all down here. So our Petri1 group is here. So this would show us our shared inbox and all of that. And we've got some management things because we are a member or we are an owner. But we also have this manage groups link down here. And this allows us to manage that group and all of our other groups. So now if we want to follow an inbox, which means all of the distribution list email also shows up in our inbox, we can change the settings of the group, the name of the group, the privacy settings, all of the bits. external access, that kind of thing. So all of that shows up in Outlook. Even though we created it in SharePoint and then changed it in Teams, we can manage the members, different apps and all that. So this is a great place for end users to manage their groups if they want to, but they can obviously still do it in here. They can do it in SharePoint, wherever their weapon of choice is, they can do any kind of their management there. Oh, and so I also wanted to show how folks can find groups. So if I go back to Outlook and I say Discover Groups, this is a group that is a public group in this tenant that Adele is not a member of, and she can request to join it. And that, so that is how some of those things will show up if there are groups. And also we've got the Create Group button in here so they could create it also. So the management of groups for end users is pretty easy in Microsoft 365. All right, I know you were all missing PowerPoint. You're all like, those demos are great, but I want more slides. Wish granted, here's some more slides. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is what the IT experience is for Microsoft 365 groups. So this is the part that I call IT bits and bobs. There are, for us IT folks, there's a lot of dials we can turn and things like that about groups. And remember, group governance is Teams governance. So all of these things that I'm doing for groups, we're also doing for Teams. Any compliance, any sensitivity labels, things like that you want to use in your organization, you can apply to your Microsoft 365 group. And if you have questions about that, we can dive into that. Ask me some questions in the chat right now, things like that. But you can apply, can't share externally, things like that to the group itself. There are some tripping points on that because of how rules are assigned, but know that functionality is there. You just have to play with it a little bit. One of the things that you can do is you can restrict who can create groups. And so if you restrict who can create a group, you have also effectively restricted who can create a team, because Teams only uses groups for permissions. So this can be things like in Azure AD, because again, this is all an Azure AD thing, you can create a Azure AD group for people who can create Microsoft 365 groups. If you don't want to leave it open to everybody, by default, everybody can do it. And they can do it in SharePoint or wherever. But you can create that group. One thing to know about that group is if you do create that group, that only applies to people who are not SharePoint admins, global admins, group admins, whatever. They will always be able to create groups no matter what your settings are. But this group to restrict it, it will impact everybody else. So one of the things you might do with that is you might have a group in your organization that can create groups, and then before somebody can be added to that group, they have to go through some kind of training and learn about life cycle and governance and why you create a group and things like that. And then once they complete that, then they get shot into this group, and then they can create teams and groups and all that. One of the things that I like about groups, and of course then teams, is you can control how these groups that are created in the field are what they look like. One of the things you can do is you can enforce suffixes and prefixes. So you can make it very obvious that a group was created by somebody in the field, not somebody in IT. So again, this is another one of the things that doesn't impact IT. When IT creates a group, it does not have a prefix or a suffix. But you could say any groups that are created have the suffix, user created or things like that, so that when somebody's looking through, they can see, oh, this group is an official IT group, this is the official accounting group, this is an accounting ad hoc group or something like that. You can enforce that at the Azure AD level. You can ban specific words, and you can do this for a couple of reasons. When I first saw this, I'm like, oh, you don't want to keep profanity out and all that, Well, that's probably because I spent, some time being a teenage boy, and that's kind of where my head goes. But what you can also do is ban words like the company name and official and, HR, accounting, all that, to keep somebody from creating by accident or on purpose a group that looks official but is not official. Because again, remember, that ban does not impact IT, so IT can still create a group with the word president or the company name in it, but somebody in the field cannot. So if they try to do that, they won't be able to create something that looks more official than it really is. If you want to allow people outside of your organization in, that's something that has to be turned on by IT. There's some reporting in there, audit logs, things like that. The Teams Admin Center shows you some things. Azure AD shows you some things. Somewhat new, to groups is this idea of a groups management role. So now there's a role in the Microsoft 365, Azure AD, where you can give somebody permission to just manage groups. Before it was kind of crazy because since groups sat in all these spots, you had to give some high-level permissions, but now you can assign a very laser-focused one. And down in the red there, I should have moved that up. Again, IT can control information protection, sensitivity labels, things like that. That is all in there. Governance is a big piece of this. I'm a big fan of letting end users, people in your company, create groups, create teams, create SharePoint sites, whatever. I like to empower them. I like to get them excited about it. But one of the bad parts about that is they just spread everywhere. And then you get all this cruft and nobody knows where to find anything. It has some problems. So Microsoft 365 Groups, and of course then by extension Teams, has some governance policies that you can put into place. One of the things is IT can set up expiration rules on the group. And so there are things that reset that, if there's no activity within 30 days or whatever, and that activity can be chat in Teams, a file gets uploaded to SharePoint, whatever, then that resets the clock. But if nobody touches anything in that group for 30 days, 90 days, whatever, then it is automatically deleted. That sounds scary, but there are intervals for which the owners of the group get an email saying, hey, nobody's been to the Todd Clint fan club group in quite a while. Why don't we go ahead and delete that? And if the owner doesn't want it to get deleted, they can reset that clock. So that is a good reason, but not the best reason, because you should do this anyway. But having multiple owners of a group, make sure those emails go to multiple places in case somebody changes divisions and they don't own that group anymore, or somebody wins the lottery and they're like, peace out, and they leave. You want to make sure that multiple people get those emails so groups don't get deleted. Because, as we learned earlier, everything gets deleted. And if you don't figure it out within 30 days, it's just gone. Now, one thing to keep in mind from that is if you have a group that gets automatically deleted, any kind of data retention policies or anything like that, that all gets honored. That's all. They take all that into account, so you can feel safe with that. And like I mentioned, if you do get a group that's deleted, you can use Azure AD to restore it, PowerShell, things like that. But have a good governance policy in place so that these things can grow a lot, but just enough, not too much. Now, a couple years ago at Ignite, Ignite, Microsoft had a session on how they use groups, which I thought was really interesting. Not so much as prescriptive guidance, because Microsoft's a big company and you might be a small company, we're a small company. So their rules don't necessarily apply to us. But it's some good advice, good things to think about. And it also tells you the way that Microsoft is thinking about the product and how the product's probably going to grow. So again, these are groups policies, but of course that impacts teams. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but you can download the slide deck and look through them and see where that's at. But the things like they don't use suffixes or prefixes, but they do block words. They do have a 180-day governance policy on that. They have, the guidelines, be polite, be nice, don't be a jerk, things like that. They do have some classification labels and sensitivity labels. They do have custom jobs that set things to private and all of that. I like that custom job that enforces the ownership of having at least 2 people. That's a good idea too. So that lets what they're looking at for the product. And again, these numbers are old, so it's certainly grown since then, but at this time, a couple of years ago at Ignite, they had 135,000 Microsoft 365 groups, and just a lot of that. So that's kind of what it looks like when you govern that at a big level. But read through that, it gives you an idea where Microsoft sees the future. Where can we manage these things? And I've covered this a couple of different times, but for you all that are in the trenches, it's important to know what your options are. So you have some UIs to handle this, the Azure, portal.azure.com, Microsoft 365 admin, the different apps, Teams admin, SharePoint admin, whatever. Each one kind of has their own little quirks and things like that. Again, I want to remind you that the Teams bit, if you make changes, Teams is usually an hour or 2 behind. So if your primary surface area for groups is Teams, you should make the change in Teams admin because it will take impact in Teams immediately. It will go out to the rest of the Office 365 group at some point. And if you make a change in some other thing, it might take a little while to get into Teams. PowerShell, I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a mess because every group comes at it differently. Again, for me, I use the PNP PowerShell a lot, so that's the first thing that I go to. And if that doesn't work, then I usually go to one of the Azure AD modules and kind of down from there. But just know that there are multiple places because every group adds the bits of the management that makes the most sense for their application. So I wanted to hit a little bit about creation. I do a lot of automation with PowerShell and all that. And when you create new groups, you have a different experience depending on which PowerShell you create it with. And again, this comes back to that idea that if you just create a group somewhere outside of Teams or Yammer, Microsoft doesn't know what you're going to use it for collaboration. So you have to be aware of that when you're creating them. So if you use the SPO, the official SharePoint module, and you create a new site, SharePoint site, and you just create it, you get the SharePoint site, but you don't get a group, you don't get a team or anything like that. It can be groupified later, and it can be groupified with PowerShell or inside of the UI. But if you're used to creating, if you got an automation process or something that uses new SPO site, know that that probably isn't going to give you your group and your team without a little bit of fiddling. So I mentioned that I use the PNP, so the analogous action inside of that is new PNP site. So again, I'm creating a team site and all that. It does create a group, so we're one step ahead of the SPO one, but no team, again, because it just doesn't know, are you going to go with the Yammer route, whatever, but that can be teamified down the road, so you really don't miss anything. It's just an extra step. And again, this is mostly if you already have processes around those. So if you want to do it with PowerShell, you can use the Teams module and create a new team. And if you do that, it creates the team, obviously, which means it creates the group, which means you get everything. So even in PowerShell, the idea is that you should create the group with, at the spot where it's most likely going to be used. So if you do this new team, it creates your group, does all the things, you can set your access type, whatever, then you're just done. It just shows up. So I mentioned earlier that you can't nest any groups, and that really becomes a pain, especially again for IT departments who've used Windows on-prem and are used to nesting as part of their information architecture. But this comes up a lot, and so a year or so ago I had to come up with a process for a customer who had a very valid need to have two groups that had exactly the same permissions. Of course, the first question is, why don't they just use the same SharePoint site, whatever? Customer made a compelling argument, and honestly this was something that I was kind of curious about, so I enjoyed the challenge. But this is kind of a stripped down version of the PowerShell that I used to do this. Now this requires the pnp.powershell module, and I've taken out some of the error checking and the connecting and all of that, but you have to connect with a user that has permission to create groups and all of that. But this would be, the example for this was if you have a marketing Office 365 group, and it is the kind of the home record of who should be in marketing, but you've got the secondary marketing group that has to have the same permissions. And so this is the PowerShell that will do it. So source is marketing, destination is more marketing. The first thing that I'm going to do is get the owners of the marketing group and get the members of the marketing group using get PNP Microsoft 365 group owner and member. And then for each of those, I'm going to populate a list of a collection called owner list and member list. And I'm setting that up. I can't just do select whatever because the command I use at the end won't accept that. So I needed to kind of craft that variable so that it would work as input for the final one. And then once I have that owner list and member list collection of usernames, UPNs, then at the bottom, set Microsoft 365 group. I give the name of the destination group, so now more marketing, and then the members are the members, and the owners are the owners. So this one overwrites. I believe it doesn't, if somebody was a member of more marketing but not marketing, they get overwritten. There is, I also wrote a version of this that would merge the two, so then it would grab the owners of the destination list and add them into the owners and members. This is something you could run. It looks kind of painful, kind of, how do you, whatever, but this is PowerShell script, so it's rife for automation. So you can just have it run whatever. This is also a great idea for an Azure function. You might have an Azure function that runs once an hour that syncs all of your group memberships up and you have whatever. Within the last 2 or 3 months, I forget exactly when it happened, Microsoft actually released into GitHub a solution very similar to this that was set to work as an Azure function. So I kind of looked at it. It was more work than I needed. But that is out there, or you could use this. Again, it's a great idea for an Azure function. It also shows you can use Azure functions to manage things in PowerShell and in groups. So let's take a look a little bit at what these interfaces look like and see how it is for IT to manage Microsoft 365 groups. All right, so we talked a little bit about what the IT experience is, but let's see what it really looks like in practice. So now I'm logged in to my tenant as an administrator, and groups are part of Azure AD. So let's look at Azure AD. We've got our groups in here. We won't wait for that to show up. And we have group types. So we've got Microsoft 365 groups, all of those. Earlier, we showed how Adele was able to create her group called Petri1. That just shows up as a group here. And you can see we have our users, all of that. As an IT pro, as an admin, we can come in here, make some changes. We can, here's one place where I told you to do the dynamic group bit. IT had to get involved. Adele can create the group, but I can come in here as IT and I can say, I want to change this to dynamic group. I want to add the dynamic query, which is the department equals, office equals, whatever. I can do all of that in here after the group has been created. So that's pretty nice. Another thing that I can do is I can go into the manage groups bit in here in this blade. And here are those settings that I talked about that handle governance. So we'll just kind of walk through those. Users can create or restrict, things like that. We can see about that. Again, I like to make it so that end users can do as much of my work as possible. So I like to let them create things so I don't shut things off much in here. Expiration, so this is how long a group can go inactive before it gets deleted. And we've got 180 days, 365 days, or custom, so if you want to make it shorter. And again, remember that the owners are emailed, so it won't just get deleted without anybody knowing. We can also specify an email address for groups that don't have owners, so people who've left the company, moved divisions, whatever. And so I will say Adele, because she is the one who, and I can't remember, Adele V at M365. I won't bother you all that, but you have to put an email address in there. And then this is an interesting thing. So right now it's set to none. You can say all groups are covered by this or selected groups. So you might have some groups that are stale because they hold information that doesn't change very often. You have some amount of control over that as well. So it's good to give that some thought. And then the naming policy. So there are two parts of the naming policy that I talked about. Number one was blocked words. So this can be, bad words, profanities, whatever, but can also be your company name, the word president, the word accounting, so on and so forth. You can do this in here. And so that's kind of handy. And then also, this is the group naming policy. So this is the suffix and the prefix. And this can be an attribute or a static string, whatever. And this will be groups. And again, it's important to remember this is groups created by users, not by administrators. And all of these things that I've just showed you can be handled with PowerShell as well. So you have the opportunity to add, banned words and all that with PowerShell, or you can do it in here. So another thing that I wanted to show was, we've got this group in here. We've talked about Adele's group that has members. That was Petri1. Let's bring that up. We can see who the members are, just Adele and Lee. These are all the products all over. So if I go look at SharePoint, well, while we're waiting for that to come up, if I go in here, I've got groups. This is just the admin center for Microsoft 365. So I look in here, here's Petri1. And I can see that it is got a team. It is a group, a Microsoft 365 group. It's got a team. I can come in here. I can change settings and managers and all that at the IT level. So that's one way to do it. I can go into the SharePoint a bit, and I can look in here, and I can find the site that's part of that team. Hey, here's the site, Petri1. Team site. Load up the settings for that. Again, I've got some permissions and policy. It is group connected, so we can tell that. That's good to know. I can do it that way. Or, of course, we can check it out in Teams because this is a Teams conference after all. So I will log in here. and we can do the management here as well. So you should always do this from whatever tool is the most, appropriate. If this is a Teams thing, you should do it in Teams. But just know that if you're more familiar with one than the other, you can also, take care of some things here. So again, same deal, Petri private, and there are the people, and you can add people. So a lot of opportunities, but again, you can't be a good Teams admin without being a good Groups admin as well. So these are all good tools for Teams admins. Okay, folks, we are near to the end, I promise. The last thing that I wanted to mention, I've been answering questions in the chat room the whole time here, but if you have more questions, here's my contact information. I'm at Todd Klint on Twitter, todd.klint at Praxis Consulting. Hit me with your Teams questions, hit me with your Groups questions. I would love to answer them, and reach out to me again. And download the slide deck if you haven't already. Reach out to Brad or to Petri, and they will hook you up. And thanks again to Petri. On to the next person.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. My name is Antoine Sano, and I'm here with the Get It Teams one-day virtual conference. My goal today is to share some tips that will hopefully help to enhance your team's usage during this period of heavy remote work. A little bit about myself. So I'm a principal solutions engineer at AvePoint, and I have a background in SharePoint Online, SharePoint on-premise, as well as M365 systems. And I spent a lot of my time educating organizations on Teams and other governance practices around the usage of M365 in order to help ease them into this new journey that they're undertaking. So again, my hope is that you'll all be able to take something away from this presentation and begin to use it in your day-to-day activities. So the title of today's program is 7 Tips to Improve Remote Work and Ditch Digital Content Sprawl with Microsoft Teams. So before I jump into the content itself, I do want to level set a bit. Teams, for those of you who might be new to it as an application, is not new to you as a concept, right? So we know Teams to be a collection of people who share a common goal or focus, who collaborate on content and typically have artifacts or deliverables, files, right, that come about as a byproduct of this collaboration. So nothing has really changed about the core concept of teamwork, right? It's just going to be the processes and the tools that we use to do it. So when you look at Teams, don't be fearful of it necessarily. Just think of it as another tool or utility to help bring those various different constructs together. So that being said, the agenda of today are going to be these 7 tips, starting with make it easy to do the right thing, establishing how we work guidance, streamlining communications, encouraging team collaboration, centralizing resources, facilitating inclusion and driving culture, and then staying on top of your work deliverables. So to get started, tip number 1, right? Make it easy to do the right thing. So with the surge of remote work over the past, year and some change at this point, it has caused a major uptick, right, in Teams usage. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone knows the ins and outs of Teams or has the appropriate Teams etiquette. So it's important as people who are administering it or who are helping with the change management or the training to understand to put some guardrails up and help your users, especially based on their business needs. Right? So think of it as putting up bumper guards in a bowling alley or drawing lines in a parking lot, right? You're not telling someone where to park or how to throw the ball, but you're just trying to stop them from getting it in the gutter. So the same concepts really apply when you are creating your policies across the environment for the team's usage. And just understand that this might not necessarily apply to everyone, especially over time. Probably starts off okay and everyone has the same inherent needs to begin with, but over time, separate departments typically will have different needs, right? So whether that's around how they want to provision and bring these new Teams workspaces online, whether it's their policies around how these workspaces are end of life, right? So the expiration or retention policies, external sharing, right? That might be something that a contracts department, for instance, might need for collaboration with external vendors or contractors, but that might not apply to some in more sensitive departments. So do understand that there are different policies that are going to apply to various different individuals. So one of the ways to try to make this easier and to streamline some of this is with Teams templates. Okay, Teams templates can create a standardized approach to the architecture or the structure of a team itself. So these are pre-configured uh, templates with channels and tabs, visibility like public and private, and more, right? So if you leverage, for instance, third-party solutions, you can have more custom templates that have policies tied to them, maybe membership and additional components. And then Microsoft themselves have industry-specific templates to begin with. So Teams templates is a great way, especially in the beginning, and actually even over the course of a period of time, to bring some order to the format of Teams and help promote um, organization of content and really increasing the usability of Teams and the time that it takes to start working and getting things accomplished, right? So moving over to tip number 2, so establishing how we work guidance, right? Now, this might sound a little confusing, but think about this. With this remote work environment that we have right now, it has, and maybe I'm speaking for myself here, but it has really changed how I work. Right? I used to be on a plane a lot. I used to be behind, the wheel of a car a lot, whether I'm driving into work or whether I'm traveling to client meetings. But now I'm behind the computer, right? My commute is all of from my bedroom to my office. And what that has done is, with the back-to-back meetings and things of that nature, it's really changed the nature, and in some cases the downtime, and really the mental aspect of working, right? Mental breaks are definitely important, and early on people may not have really understood what the impact of this new lifestyle, work life balance of sorts, has done, right? Or the impact that it's had on individuals. So the idea is to leverage certain aspects of Teams functionality as well as just general communication amongst your colleagues, your managers, and setting some guidelines on how you work. One of the ways to do that is by setting a status message, right? Let people know what you're working on. Set some expectations. If you need to run out because you need to pick up your child, or if you need to, take the dog to a vet, right? We're at a point in time now where life and work are definitely going to intermingle in those ways. So leverage the tools that you have and the features you have with Microsoft Teams to set the proper expectations, right? Another way is that if you're leveraging mobile devices, there's quiet hours. Some people really do need that time after work to decompress. Set some quiet hours and get back to the communication and get back to the news when you want to on your own time. Another aspect of this is facilitating effective meetings. And I'm not talking about your agenda or how you present, but more so the structure of the time, right? So instead of maybe a 30-minute meeting, do 25. Instead of a 60-minute meeting, do 50. And what this does is it gives everyone 5 or 10 minutes in between a call as opposed to running back to back. Get up and stretch. Go take a bio break. Go grab another cup of coffee, as I'm on my third. Grab a snack. There's so many different things you can do. Get some fresh air, right? Use that as an opportunity to just take a quick break and a separation from your desk until that next meeting. That way you can come back refreshed and ready to go. Another aspect of this is to use video when possible. And the benefit of video is really just to bring back that sense of community that you have lost more or less from not being around the individuals that you're used to in the office, right? No longer can we just go over to someone's office or cubicle or desk next to you and have that quick chat. So video just brings back that social aspect of these meetings and really kind of helps to ease the burden that is in some way, shape, or form remote work. And Meet Now. Meet Now is a great way to have impromptu calls. It evolves naturally from conversations. You might be chatting with someone about something. It's like, you know what? Let's just talk about it. Let's see each other. Let's talk about it. Let's draw it out, whatever that might look like. You want to pull somebody else in? Have at it, right? It's a fantastic way to just kind of keep that camaraderie going. The same way, again, you would run over and try to tap someone on the shoulder to bounce some ideas off of them or use them as a sounding board. Meet Now is a great way to augment that. Right. And the last piece that I have here is going to differ by organization to organization. And that's going to be to define the purpose between Teams and email. When do you use what? And that's a very big question, especially as people are getting used to the Microsoft ecosystem, Microsoft 365, and the tools available is, what do I do? So here at AvePoint, what we've stated is that email is going to be used for a larger broadcast. This is going to be company-wide communications. This might be regional-wide communications, which is still going to be a breadth of individuals, right? Static content that's not really meant to be collaborated on, information to be disseminated. Whereas Teams is going to be more for the group of individuals that you're working with on a regular basis. I'm a part of the public sector team, so the individuals that I communicate with there are all a part of that organization. It's probably, maybe 40 some odd individuals in that team. All right. We do not use email to communicate amongst one another because we have our various channels that are set aside to frame that. And that actually takes me into tip number 3, which is to streamline communications. So we talked about what to use when between email and Teams, but also when do you use a chat, a group chat, a team channel, right? So group chats are going to best be used for ad hoc conversations. Okay. Think about your in-office chats. You can name them. You can search for them by name. It just makes it very easy, and being able to really frame the purpose of that chat itself. Also, mobile experience is really great, and it's very reminiscent of a lot of the consumer messaging apps that we're used to using, right? The WhatsApps, the Group Me's, and so forth, the Facebook Messengers. Uh, Teams Mobile brings that experience wherever you go, whether it's tablet, whether it's your phone. And I'll talk about that actually a little bit later as well, and how it can keep you focused and keep you productive. But understandably, that's really what that's for, really ad hoc conversations. Team channels are going to be for more formal collaboration. So think about framing a deliverable, posting something that's going to have a little bit more permanence so that you want a wider audience to see. That's the goal. So if I want all 40 some odd people to see, my public sector team, so a document that I wrote up for whatever reason, that's really where I'm going to post it. Whereas I might get some colleagues' opinions in a group chat as I go through the editing process. Okay. Now, the last point here that I have about Teams channels is this concept of a private channel, or I should not say concept, but really the feature that is private channels. This was asked for a lot. Microsoft did roll it out. And what this allows you to do, right? So if we take a step back and we think about Teams itself as a security boundary, whereas channels themselves are a communication boundary, private channels allows you to maintain that structure of a team, right? So I'll give you an example. I'm a principal engineer. We have multiple engineers within North America. We also have leadership and leads that are a part of that. If the management wants to have a conversation, they don't necessarily have to create a whole new team just to make sure the rest of the engineers can't see. They can create a private channel maintaining that structure because the purpose is for engineering. But that private channel creates a security construct now where not everyone else can see, and it saves the information from prying eyes. Excuse me. So that's an idea. It's really where you want to maintain it. It's still a part of this framework. It's still a part of this purpose, but maybe not everyone needs to see it. What this does is allows you to think twice potentially about creating a new team unnecessarily, because a private channel in a lot of ways can give you what you're looking for. Right, so it helps reduce that sprawl of additional teams. Now, moving team communications from email, okay? This transition is tough for a lot of people. Email has been around for a very, very long time. It's been a staple of the workforce. So how can you move some of this communication? Well, number one, there's the ability for you to have an email address to a team and actually say forward an email to the team channel itself, in which case it will post and allow you to continue conversation. No longer do you have to have this large reply all chain where you're constantly saying, hey, take me off of this, I don't care, or take me off of that. That's unnecessary at this point. Additionally, take advantage of the rich text formatting that is a part of channel conversations and channel threads. The ability for you to have a subject line, the ability for you to use bold, italics, and underline, hyperlink, and even mention people, right, to draw their attention to what it is that you're stating. You can add GIFs, you can add attachments, and ultimately the end result is an interactive email, right? But it doesn't have to go through Outlook. And if you use the right combination of things like at mentions and formatting, you can get your point across to the right people in a more poignant way. So to help understand a little bit the differences and the benefits, right? Highlight the benefits of what Teams brings you. Think of email as how it really kind of forces you to separate your inbound communication through rules and so forth. You might have one rule for your managers, you might have one rule for spam, you'll have another rule for company-wide communication, one for clients, right? There's a multitude of them. And I know people who have some really complex and great Outlook rules, but ultimately it all still comes to your inbox, right? You're still flooded with it regardless. And if you don't create those rules, if you're not savvy in that, then now you're pinged with a lot of times irrelevant information. Whereas Teams is going to automatically, through the channels, separate your inbound communication. It allows you to view what you care about, ignore what you don't, tune in to the appropriate messaging. And then because of at mentions, even if you're not paying attention to a particular channel, you can be poked and prodded to take note of something that someone might be trying to draw your attention to. Okay, so again, everything is more focused, allows you to better streamline what it is that you are trying to pay attention to as you're going about your workday. All right, so tip number 4, encouraging team collaboration, which sounds a little redundant, right? We're talking about Teams, it's a collaboration tool. So what do I mean? So the idea is to take some of your other workloads and really push it into Teams, because Teams has a fantastic way, and you'll see in my next tip, but of drawing all of these various different applications and functions of the M365 platform together under one roof. It allows you to do things like co-authoring. Right now, co-authoring is technically a construct of M365, but what it does give you the ability to do is not just that, but have chat conversations around that document. I worked for a consulting firm before, and so many times we would just email documents back and forth, right? These are my edits. Okay, here are my edits. Oh, wait, someone just sent those emails at the same time. So now we have 2 inbound emails with 2 different document edits, right? And now someone has to come and collate all that information. Co-authoring helps a lot, but having the chat mechanism that Teams brings you alongside allows you to have a real-time conversation where you can highlight your thoughts, your ideas, and opinions as you're going about the authorship process, right? So it's a fantastic way to collaborate. Also think about how you can automate some business processes using Power Apps and Power Automate. I was about to say Flow, sorry. Power Apps, Power Automate, and other things like forms, and showcase that through Teams via tabs or other mechanisms, right? There's other apps and connectors that are available. So encourage your team to come up with ways that fits their purpose, right? Or the purpose of your team. How can you help enhance that? How can you make yourselves more productive, right? I'm sure there's a way through Teams to do so. Now, this runs straight into tip number 5, and you'll see that theme a little bit. All of these kind of run together in a very nice flow. And tip number 5 is really about centralizing your resources. So see Teams as your one-stop shop. It really is, right? It has the ability to go out and connect to your office applications. It has the ability to go out and connect to people. You can use it for chats and phone calls and video meetings. You can have bots and connectors, depending on your version of M365. I'm talking to GCC people here. But then there's also other apps and services. So, and think about the extensibility to third party or other disparate solutions, right, that exist in the cloud. There's more than likely going to be a connector to it where you can draw that in. If you guys use Jira, there's the ability to have that as a connector for all of my developers out there, right? There's so many different ways that you can centralize those resources. All right. So kind of moving on in that same vein, taking a look at what's available, you have the ability to add a tab. And when you add a tab, you have you can see all of the various different apps. You can, so whether that's linking to a document library that's already existing, you can see some Power BI. Uh, you can also link to a website. So what you see on the right-hand side is actually a communication site that we have, and we're able to link to it. And it looks great. We don't actually have to go into our web browser, type it in and find it or bookmark it or whatever have you. It's right there. So for those who are intranet heavy or intranet focused, it's still very feasible to bring that into the Teams environment, okay? So that being said, tip number 6 is facilitating inclusion and driving culture. Okay. What do I really mean by this? Going back to what I said, probably around tip number 2, is the fact that this current climate that we're in has really had us, mesh work and life. Whether it's having to homeschool your kids, whether it's having to take care of the dog, whether it is, your families all together under one roof due to, not wanting to be separated, so many things. So that means that there are meetings that are very likely for some of your teammates to miss. What you have the ability to do is record those meetings to make sure that those colleagues are still included in the planning or at least in the dissemination of whatever information and brainstorming has occurred during that time. Also, with the meetings, because of Stream, you're able to leverage the transcription, search specifically for what you're looking for, to be honest. I'm not saying don't watch the whole meeting, but it is possible for you to really just kind of streamline and say, hey, I just want to know about this content, get that information and be okay, right? Use of live captions is a fantastic functionality that is going to be or finding its way into the GCC environments. But for those of you who, or have colleagues, or if you yourself have a hard time hearing potentially, or just kind of do better with reading as opposed to hearing, there's the ability for you to see the live captioning and be more engaged in certain aspects. At least that's what I've heard, the feedback that I've been granted, is that in some cases people feel more engaged because they're really paying attention to everything that's being said, right? And then lastly, raising hands or providing reactions. I really love this aspect, and reactions is also one of those features that's making its way into the GCC. However, if you really think about it, right? So when we're in these remote meetings, everyone can't talk at the same time. You can try, right? It just leads to a lot of chaos. Raising your hand is a great way to make it known that you have something to say. Multiple people raise your hands, it's, hey, so and so speak first and go forth, and it brings a little bit of order. But what I love even more than that is the reactions, because what I found is that when you're hosting a meeting, you either have people who, are all talking, or people who are afraid to speak over someone else, so they're fairly quiet. But as a presenter, that doesn't really provide you with the warm and fuzzies that you're really getting across to your team. So what reactions allow you to do is, as an audience member, as someone who is being the recipient of that conversation, fantastic way to show that you are acknowledging what someone has to say, or loving what they have to say, right? With a nice thumbs up or a heart. You can applaud someone, or applaud, the topic at hand, or even laugh, right, at a joke that someone has made. But the idea is that it just gives you a nice additional way to show the presenter during these meetings that their words, their concepts, that everything is coming across well. It's being articulated, you're receiving it, and you're good to go. So really love the reactions functionality here, and it really helps with driving the right and positive culture. In the same vein, right, is praising. So Gone are the days where, well, I don't want to say gone, right? That's a little bit morbid here, but we don't really have the same way to celebrate one another in the office that we might once have, happy hours, maybe lunches or dinners, or just even a group good job, hooray, good for you. We can't celebrate the wins the same way. So praise is a fantastic mechanism for you to showcase your recognition of your peers, right? You can do so in a channel, you can do so in a group chat, and it really does help because sometimes, again, maybe speaking for myself, but sometimes you might feel that you're not being, the work is going unnoticed because everyone is kind of doing their own thing and they're all siloed. Praise is a fantastic way to continue to drive that positive culture, really showcase some of that recognition, and tell your peers, I appreciate you, you're doing a great job. Right. And now here we are at tip number 7, staying on top of work deliverables. So this kind of goes without saying, but this is not all just here for chatting and things of that nature. There is a purpose at the end of the day, and that is to get your job done. Okay. The tools and the functionalities that I mentioned previously were definitely ways for you to streamline and better collaborate. But there are also things like Planner, right? Leveraging Planner to track tasks. I have a love-hate relationship with Planner, and it's only just because it's something to keep me accountable. And any of my colleagues know that I need it. It's a fantastic way to put something that you are tracking, that you uh, are working on, or for someone else to even create a task and then assign you to it, or you can assign someone else to it. You can place comments in there. You can put attachments or hyperlinks in there to whatever it's pertinent to, and then have a nice reminder when it's due in the event that you forget. Not that I ever have, right? And it it really just kind of helps keep people accountable because once again, we're not really in the 8 to 5, or excuse me, 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 work days. We might have to step away in the middle of the day to do something, and that's fine. It's more or less something that is assumed, right? With again this work-life integration. So having something like this to keep you accountable is fantastic. And then lastly, going back to the mobile piece, and I think I've brought up mobile a few times today, it's fantastic. All right. I can't tell you how many times I've had to have a late meeting and I'm cooking dinner. So I throw Teams up on my iPad and I have my AirPods in and I'm cooking dinner and I'm having my meeting. I'm still able to participate. Why? Because I don't have to drag my desktop downstairs with me and I don't have to be parked behind the desk either. Right. I'm still able to do what I need to do. If I have to run because I need to take my dog to the vet, while I'm sitting in the office waiting to be seen, I have my phone and I'm able to still participate in conversations. I'm not really missing a beat if I don't want to, right? And that's really the benefit of being able to swap between the computer, the phone, or a tablet at any juncture, right? It's because everything is really more or less at my fingertips so that I can continue to get my work done. So, with that being said, we went through 7 tips, right? I hope that you have been able to find that helpful during the presentation today. Again, everything from how we can drive better communication and collaboration by leveraging Teams features and functionalities, how we can help set the right expectations, how we can leverage things like Teams templates and just the proper channel architecture and Teams architecture to make sure that we're not creating unnecessary teams and we're keeping things together and more organized, all the way to your seamless ability to jump between machine to machine. I really hope that some of these tips were helpful in some way, shape, or form. But thank you again. My name is Antoine Snow, and take care.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Get IT Teams one-day virtual conference with Petri. This session is Microsoft Teams choosing the right device for a great experience. We all know Microsoft Teams provides a whole lot of functionality. One of the core pieces of functionality is online meetings and telephony, but that doesn't work without the right audio and video devices. So in this session, we're going to go through all your device options in the Microsoft Teams ecosystem from the certified partners, and I'm going to try and give you some real world tips. Key takeaways are: why is it important to choose a Microsoft certified device specifically? What are the right devices for each user scenario? What are the important considerations when choosing a device and the vendor? How can Microsoft Teams rooms scale to support more complex audio and video requirements, so those larger rooms, those more high-end rooms? How do updates and management work? What are the ongoing operational tasks that you have to take on? And then just finish off with some real-world tips and hints from my experience. So just a little bit about who I am. Tom Arbuthnot, Principal Solutions Architect at Modality. I spend nearly all my time in the Microsoft Teams space. I have over 10 years in the Microsoft UC space, and before that I was around Cisco UC. And I'm fortunate to get to work with lots of different customers all around the world, from thousands of seats to hundreds of thousands of seats. And also fortunate in this context to spend a lot of time with these devices, so getting to test them out, play with them, work with them on customers. I've got lots and lots of devices at home, got a garage full of different bits and pieces, so constantly testing and trying out new devices, and hopefully can bring some of that experience and value to you today. So what are we going to cover in the session in more detail? Well, I've broken it down into personal devices, phones, so physical phones, and then Teams rooms, so those are Microsoft room systems for audio and video. The categories do overlap a little bit, so we'll talk about that as we go, but there is a transition point between personal and huddle space and then full-on room, so I'll talk about that a little bit. And I'm really excited to give this session because I gave it in the last Teams Day last year, and already just in that short time there's been so much advancement in this space. I've had to add whole new devices, whole new categories. The Teams room story has evolved a lot as well, so lots of good stuff to talk about. So first off, let's talk about the Microsoft Teams certified device ecosystem. This is really important and it's quite different to some other vendors. So Microsoft have an active certification program where vendors, and you can see there's many vendors, come to Microsoft with their devices to get them certified. And Microsoft provide specs to get certified against, and they often provide software to run on those hardware devices. So why do you want Microsoft certified devices? Well, it's important because Microsoft set a bar around user experience and quality. So if you're buying a Microsoft certified device, you know it's been through a test of, is it up to par from a hardware, audio, video quality point of view, but also will it run the correct Microsoft software, particularly if it's a room system? Can it be updated in the standard way Microsoft update devices? Will it be secure and compliant to work with Microsoft 365? So strongly recommend looking at only certified devices. And certified devices range from headsets all the way through to full room systems. On your headsets or your USB devices, there might be specific functionality like a Teams button to launch Teams client, or a mute button that syncs with the client. And on the room systems, it's even more important because they directly to connect and sign into Microsoft Teams. Above all else, it shows a commitment for that vendor to being in the Microsoft ecosystem as well. So you're buying into a vendor that's put some time and effort in to be one of the certified providers. So let's start our tour of devices with personal devices. So devices for the individual to make calls and join meetings. In the personal device category, we can break it down to headsets, personal speakerphones, so USB speakerphones, USB webcams, and a new category we now have, personal video bars. We'll talk about those. And this is where the categories overlap slightly because we've got USB room video bars. Now I don't put these in the room system category because they don't run room software. They're just USB devices, but we're very big ones. We'll talk about that. Again, new monitors we now have certified for Teams, and personal meeting displays, and a very specific category, first line worker devices. So first off, headsets. This is always the common place to start with Microsoft Unified Communications or any calls or meetings platform. It used to be in the olden days you would have physical IP phones, and those are still an option, but by and large now the default position for most users is to have some type of headset. There's a whole lot of variety in the ecosystem. You can have on-ear, over-ear, earbuds, cords around your neck that kind of hang up to earbuds. Lots of innovation in this space. It's a real personal choice as to what you prefer to wear and what's comfortable for you. When you're thinking about these devices, think about the use case and the wear time. So, earbuds might be good if you're in and out of the odd call, but do you want to wear earbuds in ear all day for a 9-to-5 job where you're constantly on calls and meetings? If you're choosing a device that you want to have both on the road, in your bag, and at a desk, what does that device have to look like? It can't have a big bulky base station, for example. Don't go super cheap on these devices. I often see unified communications projects or Teams projects where the customer has lots of IP phones. They spent a lot of money on phones, and they're really excited that they can go cheap on headsets and save a lot of money in the project. But remember, these devices are going to be used heavily in lots of cases, so make sure you invest some money in getting good quality devices. All of them either connect directly via USB with a cable or have a USB dongle for wireless. And on the wireless front, you have two technologies of wireless, and it's important to understand these. You have Bluetooth and you have DECT. So Bluetooth is your more common scenario. It's the same technology that connects a headset to a mobile phone, for example. And that has a relatively short range, maybe a few meters. Maybe you can get out to another room before it starts to break up. But that's the most common wireless device. A slightly higher end wireless is DECT, and that uses a different radio band and allows you to go a lot further in terms of distance away from the base station. A DECT device, like the one on the bottom left of that picture, will typically have its own base station with the radios in. It will often have external power source as well, so it won't necessarily just be USB, and more of a desk-based permanent setup. A Bluetooth device will tend to be a bit lighter weight, might just have a dongle, and that Bluetooth can be synced to your mobile and your PC via the dongle. If you're going for a big open plan office environment, or you have a lot of density of users, bear in mind that Bluetooth doesn't have that bigger channel range, so overlapping lots and lots of users very close together in Bluetooth can cause lots of interference. DECT, you can put more people in the same space if you tune the bands, but anytime you're thinking about headsets for a dense set of users, it's worth getting an expert in to understand the wireless technology if you're going wireless, or a USB with a cable is an easy and safe option. Everybody likes wireless, and it gives you lots of freedom, particularly if you're working from home, as nearly all of us are at the moment. But when you get into dense environments, you have to consider the signals and the other wireless interference there. So some considerations. Do you want a single headset that covers different scenarios? Often on projects, people are looking for a headset that the users can carry with them on the road to meetings, and also have the desk, so they own and move with their headset. And in that case, you're probably looking for a headset that has Bluetooth, so that you can connect it to both a mobile and the desktop. Or do you want to give the users a mobile specific headset and a desk based headset? All things being even, there's lots of really nice boomless, and that's the arm on the microphone, boomless headsets with no arm, but overall a boom is going to give you a better mic pickup. So boomless is very much on trend, particularly with the over-ear headsets, but if you want to get the best possible mic pickup, a boom is going to give you a better experience. There are many vendors in this space, so consider how many vendors you as an organization want to support. If you let your users go out and pick any device they like as long as it's certified, that could be great, but it does mean you're dealing with lots of different vendors in terms of support and maintenance and software upgrades. And talk to the vendors about lifecycle management. Some vendors support headsets for many, many years. Some headsets are supported for a lot less. So depending on what your plan is in terms of lifetime of the headset and return on investment, do you need to consider how long that headset is supported for, how long can you get spares for if you want to replace the head cups or the windshield over the mic boom, for example. And if you're going to recycle headsets for different users, then having replaceable parts can be really important as well. So again, those ear pads and mic mufflers, you're going to need to replace those between users. And we talked about the wired being more reliable than wireless. So all things being even, if you're supporting hundreds of these headsets, wired is going to be a safer option, but users do tend to like wireless. Bluetooth is going to give you that mobile and PC connectivity, whereas DECT will give you the great range when working at home. I use DECT at home. It's great. I can roam over my whole house, my garden, even go in my front garden and still be on a call perfectly. But it is a little bit of a pricier option. Consider battery life. That's super important. If you're doing heavy all-day use on a wireless device, look out for devices that have fast charge, so that in that lunch hour they can charge back up. Many of them will charge to 50% in an hour, for example. And lots of devices have or advertise having noise cancelling. It's important to understand there are different types of noise cancelling, and the technology is implemented at different levels. So you can kind of have passive noise cancelling, where the device is built to try and shield out noise coming into the microphone for the device. You can have active noise cancelling, where the device is trying to cancel out the noise proactively, so software is running on the headset to reduce the noise. And also the Teams client itself has another layer of compute that's reducing noise from your background. So it can definitely help, particularly in noisy environments, to have active noise cancelling that's reducing the noise you hear from around you. So if you're in a busy open plan office, that can be a really useful feature as well. But consider whether it's noise cancelling for you, the headset user, to reduce the noise you hear from the outside world, or whether it's noise cancelling or reduction in the sense of the mic and the device is trying to not pick up the noise around you. So we covered headsets, and those are often a base requirement for all users. But personal speakerphones is an area where there's been a massive increase in demand and use, particularly as we've all gone to working from home and being constantly on online meetings. Having an ability to take the headset off but still get a good audio experience has been really key. Now, obviously your PC has a mic and a speakerphone in many cases, or your laptop. Those are not going to give a great experience for Teams. They pick up too much background noise, the audio is not very good quality. So if users don't want to use a headset even some of the time, this is the right device for them to have a personal speakerphone. They have various features, from very basic, just a USB cord that plugs in and nothing else special, to inbuilt batteries, Bluetooth, so you can add your mobile to that device as well. Some of them are more optimized for music and audio playback, so when you're traveling a lot, when we can do that again, you can actually take it into the hotel room and have it as a music device as well as a work device. And they're just a great keep in the bag for mobile workers, so that they can jump up anywhere, plug it into either the PC or the laptop, or Bluetooth it to the mobile Teams client and have a great audio experience on a speakerphone. The budget here can go from $100 to hundreds of dollars. So think carefully about what you want to spend, and often users will need this in addition to a headset. So it's probably not going to be a full-time speakerphone user, although that does happen from time to time, but it will usually be an additional purchase. So we've gone for audio for the users, but now we're going to go into cameras. Now again, your laptop may well have an inbuilt camera, but that's not going to be very good quality. The laptop vendors do not put a lot of money into those cameras, and they're not very good. Even the lowest end USB webcam is probably going to give a better experience than your inbuilt laptop camera. In this case, they're all USB connected, and they span from personal devices all the way up to USB devices to be used in a room, and we'll talk about that. Things to look for here are the resolution and quality of the lenses. Some lenses have different degrees of angle, how much of the room, how wide they can pick up in terms of angle, so look for a wider angle. A really popular feature coming through on many cameras is automatic framing. So the camera might pick up a wide view of the room, but it can essentially zoom, pan and scan dynamically to frame the person in picture or the people in picture. That can be really useful for home working, where people might not be in the perfect angles to their camera and the camera can zoom in. And again, a wide range of prices in this space, from below $100 to hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of dollars at the high end. Generally speaking, on this front, even the lowest end certified webcam is going to be a great bump from your laptop. If you really want to go up to the higher ends, it will deal better with the general home working, lack of perfect light experience. But I wouldn't say you needed to jump to something obscenely expensive to get a good experience here. This is our first new category of the session, the personal video bar. This is a really exciting category. So this combines the best of a webcam and a speakerphone into essentially like a mini soundbar looking device, albeit with a camera in the middle. It's USB connected, but it does also require external power to drive all the camera and speakers technology in there. And it's designed to be mounted on top of your monitor. So at the moment, the only device in this category is the Poly Studio P15. I've had a chance to get hands-on with this, and it's been a really great experience. It takes the speakerphone off your desk, so it's not so close to the keyboard and mouse, so already that's an improvement. Pumps out the audio at ear level, and it's a real simple experience to not have multiple cables and multiple devices. It also has, from a poly technology point of view, the noise block technology to reduce background noise pickup, and has that auto framing that we talked about, where it will frame you up nicely in camera. I'm really excited for this device category. It gives a nice, almost fail-safe experience for home video usage. So if someone's not an expert and they might put their speakerphone in a non-optimal place, or have it right on top of their keyboard, or not quite know how to frame themselves up on a camera, if they put this on top of their laptop screen or PC monitor, it's going to be a really good experience and zero touch really for them. And this is where we make our first overlap into rooms. So we're talking about USB devices here, but there are USB video bars really designed for room systems or for room scenarios, but they are essentially just giant USB web cameras, mic pickups and sound bars. So these are not designed for personal use. They may be designed for a huddle room, but there's no compute in these devices. They are just USB. So you bring your own laptop, you plug it in, and that becomes your webcam, speaker and mic. These can be popular particularly in huddle spaces where people can bring their own machine, just jack in and carry on, or smaller meeting rooms. They're cheaper because they don't have any compute in them, but that is the downside as well. They don't have any of the advanced Microsoft Teams Rooms features. They won't drive a screen without a PC there. So you do see some people put a dedicated PC in a meeting room and try to have a room experience where they have a Teams client running on a PC and have one of these devices. It's not nearly as good an experience as a proper Teams room, and we'll talk about what the Teams rooms bring to the table later when we get to room systems. So I wouldn't say that was the primary use case. If you want a dedicated compute unit in a room, go for a proper Teams room. But if you have a huddle area where your users are using laptops, they will run into that area and have a meeting, but they want to run in and jack in and have a better audio, video and sharing experience, then this can be quite a nice option for them. Just be careful when you're buying here to understand when you're buying a USB video bar with no compute, just a USB device, and when you're buying a similar looking Microsoft Teams room bar, but that has a compute capability built in and Android OS and runs itself as a meeting room. So these are just USB. And also be careful to mix the categories of personal video bar, which are relatively small and designed to mount on a monitor, and these which can be much longer, more like a full-size kind of sound bar, designed much more for a meeting room rather than a personal use case. Second new category compared to last year, we now have monitors and personal meeting displays that are certified for Teams. So again, these are USB devices designed to be connected to a PC or laptop. They're combining a webcam and a speakerphone and a monitor all in one. And there's two categories here. There are monitors. At the moment, Dell have all the certified monitors where they'll have put a webcam directly in the monitor and tuned the mics and tuned the audio for a meeting experience. So this is one of the cases where if you really want to reduce the amount of kit you have and the amount of cables you have, you could have a certified monitor that has the webcam and the speakers and the mic all built in. And Poly have a new, what they call personal meeting display, which is a smaller unit dedicated to meetings essentially. So again, mic and speakers built in and lots of clever audio technology in there. I would consider here the total cost versus performance. Like, these are nice because they're really neat, but in terms of embedded technology, could you do a similar thing with a speakerphone and a webcam and a standard monitor? You might get better quality for your money there, albeit you've now got 3 devices to manage and ship and control rather than one. So there are pros and cons here, but for a neat cableless experience, it's a very interesting proposition. And on to last category of our devices, a very specialist category, first line worker. So there are dedicated devices aimed at particularly first line or front line worker scenarios, retail workers, manufacturing, building, that type of thing. First one is the Poly Ilara 60. So that's a wireless mobile docking station. So it both charges your mobile device, but also syncs up to have the dial pad and the headset work for Teams. So that can be nice if you're dropping into a hot desking area and you want to use it for charging your device and doing meetings. You've also got an ability to have walkie-talkie features directly in the Teams mobile client. So that's a software feature in Teams, but there is hardware, and you can see on the screen there an audio headset and also a special phone from Samsung with a dedicated button for this feature where you can do push to talk and broadcast your conversation to a number of Teams users. And that's all over IP or over the internet, so they don't have to be physically close to you like a walkie-talkie. That can even work over multiple sites. And then some of the most interesting innovation, I think, is the RealWear technology. So these are dedicated units that they're head-mounted wearable devices that have cameras, mic and speakers all built in and sync up to do audio and video calls. So this is where you can be on an oil rig or fixing an electric pylon and have a hands-free conversation on Teams and show the remote engineer exactly what you're doing and get input and advice. I think we'll see lots more innovation in this space as more people in the field use Teams. Okay, so that's an overview of all your different USB device options. And then in terms of those devices, the management and firmware updates are pretty similar. There'll be a PC client to configure the devices and settings, and some of them might have a mobile application that does a similar thing over Bluetooth. Firmware updates will be via that PC client or maybe via the mobile application. And this is where having multiple vendors in play can add a management overhead. So if you've got any certified device from any vendor for your users, are IT responsible for ensuring those devices are running properly and being updated? How many different agents do you have to manage? It might make sense to rationalize down to a single vendor or a few vendors to make management easier. Some vendors do have central device management where they have systems that can sit centrally and understand, are all the devices working correctly? Is the battery life good on them? Are they firmware updated? That kind of thing. That can be really useful. The reality is often device updates are left to the end users, maybe with some instructions from IT, maybe not. It's a much better experience if you manage them centrally. As I said, more vendors mean more management agents and more platforms, so be careful when you're choosing a new vendor. It's not just about the cost of the device and the life cycle of the device, it's about the operational cost of managing it and updating it. And some of those USB devices that can be attached to Teams rooms, so some of the audio devices, the large speaker bars can also attach to Teams rooms, some of the larger USB cameras can attach to Teams rooms. Those can update via Windows Update. So check for your choice of device if that's your use case. Is it one of the devices that will auto update, or do you need to manually update it in some way? So we went through USB devices first, but phones and conference phones are still very much a technology that lots of customers need. And it often gets overlooked in Teams that there are physical IP PoE desk phones you can get and plug in the classic telephony way. They're all Android based, they're all certified by Microsoft. Microsoft provides the software, so the experience in terms of interaction is the same on all of these devices. However, they do bring different hardware options and features to the table. All of them are updated from Microsoft Teams directly, and we'll talk about how that works later on. In terms of options, again, many different form factors. So you can have a phone that doesn't have a handset at all. So for the top left picture there, that's an IP phone, but it just has a headset plugged in rather than a handset. So physical device runs regardless of the PC being on or off, or their PC being there or not, but is a headset-based device. You've got classic phones with the buttons and the line keys. You've got Wi-Fi in some of these devices, so they don't need to be actually wired into the network. You've got Bluetooth to sync them wirelessly with headsets, and you do even have video phones, which are phones that can also do the video calling element. So in the bottom right there's an example of a video phone. Lots of different technology there to understand. Again, you probably don't want lots and lots of different models and vendors in play from a management perspective. They all update in the same way. You could definitely have more than one. But when you think about things like operations and RMAs and lifecycle management, reducing your vendors is always useful. New to this session compared to last year is new budget desk phones. So Microsoft have felt some pressure from customers that want very basic phones at a cheaper price point. There's two in market. There's the AudioCode C34 and coming soon I think is the Yealink MP52. Much smaller screen, no touch screen, just buttons, simplified experience which reduces the cost to make and sell those phones, so reduces the price. So there's lots of really nice phones with big screens for an exec scenario, but if you just want a simple phone, there is an option there. And also there's the MP50, which I went back and forward. Does this sit in the USB devices or the IP phone devices? It's a physical phone, and it has exactly the same form factor as a Yealink phone that has a network connection on the back, but this is just a USB device. So there is definitely a category of user that has a PC or laptop, but they want the handset experience and the dial with keys experience rather than the headset experience. So this is good because you can hit a really low price point relative to a physical phone, but it obviously does require the PC or the laptop to be running to work. It also has a speakerphone built in, and a 3-port USB hub built in. So these can be really good for common areas where sharing a headset might not be appropriate, but you can have a handset there ready to go for whoever brings their PC in and plugs it in. Next, conference phones. Exactly like an IP phone from a technology point of view, they run Android, you plug them into a network PoE, but these are designed for conference experiences. No video on these are just audio experience, nice touch screens to do your dialing, and again update through the Teams service. These are increasingly being displaced for video in common areas, but there are still lots of use cases for just having an audio device that's always there and ready to go. We also do see some people use the USB devices in common areas, the pucks for example, to give a USB audio experience for speakerphone, but have people plug in their laptop. But lots of customers want a ready to go standard phone type experience, so that is an option for sure. And keeping going with phones, these kind of go in the phone category. These are called Microsoft Teams displays. They're not really phones in the classic sense. They're more a full Teams experience with video, and you can see sharing, receive sharing on them. They can be synced up with Bluetooth to a headset, or they can be used as a speakerphone. and they're also a bit like a Google Home or an Alexa, in the sense that you can, if you're in the right regions for Cortana to be enabled, you can actually talk to these devices. Currently from Lenovo and Yealink, and again, it's been interestingly quite popular, the Lenovo device, to have that dedicated on your desk, ready to go with a speakerphone, with your device, being able to do video, so you don't have to boot your PC up or boot your laptop up to join the first call of the day, for example. Interesting category. In terms of all the devices I've talked about so far, the IP phones, the conference phones, the Teams displays, they all firmware update directly from Microsoft, from the Teams Admin Center. They will update automatically after a set period of time after the firmware comes out, or you can defer the firmware and choose to wait a bit until it's been more widely used, or you can choose to push it as soon as it comes out. But generally speaking, leaving the devices to update 30 days after release is just fine. And that's really good, because it means that there's not a operational overhead there to worry about if you don't want to. Often I'll get asked about existing Skype for Business desk phones. Many customers have invested lots in Skype for Business desk phones. These are slowly being phased out from a customer point of view, but they still exist in many customers. You can get those Skype for Business phones, what were called 3-pip phones, to work with Microsoft Teams. They work through a cloud gateway that Microsoft run in the cloud, and Microsoft have said they'll continue to work beyond 2023. Haven't given a specific timeline, but just continue to support them. There are some feature limitations. They have basic functionality, and they don't support Teams E911. So if you need emergency services E911, you won't be able to use them. There's a good link there that gives a really detailed blog about what does and doesn't work. But generally speaking, not going to be as good an experience as the Microsoft Teams phones, just a basic calls made, calls received type scenario. Another interesting piece of news we got late last year that's slowly coming to fruition now is actually capabilities to register standards-based SIP phones to Microsoft Teams. So these are not Microsoft specific phones, they're just SIP phones, but they will be able to be registered native to Microsoft without any third-party gateway in the middle. It'll only be for select models, so Microsoft have listed out the models you can see on screen there that they will support in the first phase. And there's very basic functionality: inbound, outbound calling, transfer, voicemail indicators. The use case here is not for you to go out and buy these phones rather than Teams phones. Microsoft would always rather you bought Teams phones, you're going to have a better experience. The use case here is just you have these phones, you've already made the investment, and you can see a couple of these models are models that previously worked on Skype for Business. So this gives them a way to elongate the useful life of those devices, have them registered to Teams in a basic way as well. But this is not designed to go out and buy these new phones for your new team system. It's more that if you have them in play and you want to extend the life of them, get your ROI, your investment out of them, you will be able to register them to Teams. This is not yet out, it's coming into preview, but something to look out for, particularly if you have lots and lots of standards-based SIP phones in play in your environment. Okay, so on to Microsoft Teams Rooms now. Again, a category that's evolved a lot since the last time I gave this session last year. There are two options here. There are Microsoft Teams Rooms on Windows, and I put brackets on Windows because that was the original only option called Microsoft Teams Rooms. So originally Microsoft Teams Rooms were all Windows-based PC devices, and now there are Microsoft Teams Rooms on Android. And those were previously called collaboration bars, but that category has been renamed Microsoft Teams Rooms on Android. The naming's pretty fun. Often people won't say that on Windows or Android, they'll talk about them as one type of device, but the devices do have different features and different use cases. So the Microsoft Teams Rooms on Android is aimed at the kind of smaller room, focus area, 5 people, or can be signed in with a personal user account as kind of a high-end office experience, a dedicated endpoint. And there was quite a gap in functionality when they initially launched the Android versus the Windows, but the two are catching up. So for example, the Android devices can now support 2 screens, whereas previously that was only on Windows. But make sure you understand there are 2 different device types that are both referred to as Microsoft Teams rooms, with different management approach and different experience. I often get asked, what about the Service Hub? Microsoft make the Service Hub, Microsoft make Teams, that presumably works for meetings. It can join meetings, but it's not really a meeting room system. It's a different OS to the standard Windows. It has a different client. It doesn't have quite the same features. Microsoft are working on a coordinated join experience where you can click join on the Teams room, and the Surface Hub will also join for the sharing component. So it's more like a better together story where the Surface Hub is your meeting collaboration, your whiteboard, your interaction. But for a great audio video experience, you're probably looking towards a Teams room, albeit the Service Hub does have speakers, does have a webcam, can be a meeting join. It's not the primary use case. The other question I get a lot is, what about existing rooms? We've spent a lot of money on Cisco devices or Poly devices or standards-based rooms. Can we use those? The answer is yes. There are third-party providers, BlueJean, Pexip, Poly and Cisco, who have essentially interop gateways called Cloud Video Interop. And those allow you to have a standards-based room on one side and connect to Microsoft Teams in the Microsoft Teams language on the other side. You do have to pay extra for those services. They vary in cost, but that allows you to take your standards-based rooms and have them work with Microsoft Teams, which can be useful if you've already made that investment. Again, if you're going all in on Teams, you wouldn't necessarily buy standards-based rooms with these services as your primary strategy going forward. This is more like a transition technology for most customers. So going back to the Microsoft Teams rooms, when we talk about them, we think about the components of them. So you have a compute component. So these are not USB only devices. They have a compute experience that runs a room with regardless of there being a PC or a laptop in there. It might be a separate unit, like a small form factor PC type unit, or it might be built directly into the device. For example, in a video bar, the compute is usually built in. There'll be some kind of touch screen control panel or tablet type experience on the table to drive the meeting. There'll be camera, microphone, speakers, again either separate or built in. It's usually a cable for HDMI input, so you can ingest your laptop, and you'll have to bring your own external screen, so you can bring a maximum of 2 screens for most devices. Some of the Android devices only support 1 screen. Most of the Windows devices will support a maximum of 2 screens. Worth thinking about while you're buying Teams rooms, you need to provide the monitors or the external screens yourself. So think about that when you're thinking about the total cost of pricing these up. In terms of your requirements for the room, you need gigabit connection. Some of the Microsoft Teams and Android do have Wi-Fi options. I'd always wire in if you can for the best experience. You're going to need to run cables to the unit for network, for power, and to the console for controlling them. You need your displays. You need IP using DHCP, at least for the initial setup. So you need DHCP when you're setting them up for the first time. They can then be set to static. That room system is going to need the correct port and protocol access out to Microsoft Teams. So think about your firewalls and your proxies. You always want to bypass proxy if you can. And for the Windows devices, there's some other management. So for the Android devices, it's all run through the Teams Admin Center. For the Windows Teams rooms, you might want to monitor the Windows element, the event logs, and Azure Monitor is one option there. So let's dive into Microsoft Teams Room on Android first. And this has really been a exploding category. More vendors in this space, more competition in this space, more demand in this space for sure. Aimed at the smaller or huddle spaces, up to 5 people. Sometimes they're all-in-one units, like the kind of audio video bar experience. Sometimes they're broken out and you have a speakerphone and a camera, and even speakers separate. But all of them are running Android and have a complete experience that you can plug into a monitor without the need for a PC or laptop. They can support Whiteboard now, which is a relatively recent addition, and there's a web interface for remote admin, but most of the admin can be done through the Teams Admin Center. And admins tend to like these because they're simple, easy to manage and control, and can be updated and managed directly from the Teams Admin Center. And they hit a more aggressive price point typically than the Microsoft Teams rooms on Windows, because they're less compute, less complexity in there. Also interesting, we've had an increasing interest in these for home use. So customers that want a dedicated unit that's separate to the Windows PC or laptop that the home user can run and just is always on and always works without any Windows updates or complexity there, right in their home office. So kind of an exec level or a more of an investment level, but you can have one of these dedicated to yourself with a sign-in of your own account, but more often than not there for huddle spaces or smaller meeting rooms. The update and management process is very easy here. It's all directly from the Teams Admin Center. Firmware updates come out and get pushed automatically if you let them, or you can push them manually, and there's not really much to manage at all. You can even do remote provisioning of these Android devices and have the local hands or the local installer put a code in and sync up the device to your tenant. So minimal management to do on the device other than the Teams Admin Center. So that was Microsoft Teams Rooms on Android, and then we've got Microsoft Teams Rooms on Windows. So these are often just referred to as Microsoft Teams Rooms. So again, be careful when people are talking to you about these type of devices, which one you're talking about. These are Windows based, but running as an appliance. So don't think about it as Windows. It boots up to a Teams experience. They have much more processing power, more advanced options. They can add additional audio and video devices, which we'll talk about. So these are the room systems that will scale way higher if you want them to. They can also join WebEx and Zoom meetings as a guest join experience. So you can have one device in the room that can also join WebEx and also join Zoom, albeit the primary use case is Teams. And these also work with Skype for Business. So if you've got Skype for Business around, the later versions of Skype for Business will run with Teams Rooms on Windows as well. The Teams Rooms on Android are only for Teams. So these are the devices that can scale out, and we'll talk about how that can be done with the additions like these devices on screen. So you can add large complex external camera rigs like the Eagle Eye that can do tracking in the room with 2 cameras. You can add sound tiles in the ceiling, add your own amps and audio devices. So often you'll hear conversations about Teams rooms and it'll be it's just a Windows PC. It's okay for small rooms, but it's not for a larger or an exec conference room experience. But absolutely, with things like the more advanced ceiling tile mics, the higher end audio mixers, you can have all of that plug into, and in a certified way, plug into the Microsoft Teams room. So if you're looking for a larger meeting room, a boardroom, a complex audio video environment, you'll definitely want the Microsoft Teams rooms for Windows. Some other additions you can have touchscreen display to Microsoft Teams rooms to get an interactive whiteboard experience with digital touch and ink. That can be a useful addition, and we're seeing, again, with collaboration and everybody being remote, increasing use of whiteboard experiences. I would say that the Surface Hub is definitely a superior experience if you've got the budget, but this gives you a great experience in a much more aggressive budget for whiteboarding. Content cameras, this is a pretty neat trick. This is a second USB camera plugged into the Microsoft Teams room, pointed at a traditional whiteboard. So many environments have lots of traditional whiteboard, no plans to replace them for digital whiteboards anytime soon, or large screens or touch screens. You can just point a camera at the whiteboard, and what the Teams technology is doing is watching what's being written, essentially taking a copy of it and allowing the person writing on the whiteboard to walk in front of the whiteboard, and Teams will overlay the whiteboard content. So kind of a ghost type or transparent person type experience. I've seen this used hands-on, and it's really impressive. So for relatively little budget, you can make the remote person's experience far better at understanding what's being written on a whiteboard, rather than trying to point a camera at the whiteboard and zoom in on it manually. Often that doesn't work, or the person in the room completely missing out on the whiteboard content. So great addition there. Cameras from Logitech, and there's also an extendable arm there you can get to nicely mount your cameras. Another new addition for this session for 2021, intelligent speakers. These are really interesting. These are USB speakers, or speaker puck and mic puck essentially, only for Microsoft Teams rooms for Windows again. And I say they have special magic because Microsoft hasn't revealed yet what's inside them exactly. But these essentially are very good microarrays that allow you to pick up on the room who's talking, and it will identify the individual speaking. So in a room of up to 10 people, it will identify who's speaking, and the transcript will associate their name with the speakers. So one of the problems in remote meetings is there's 3 or 4 people in the office room or in the meeting room, and you can't tell who's speaking, and the transcription engine can't tell who's speaking. So after the meeting there may be a transcript, but it doesn't tell you who was speaking. So this is designed to solve that problem. Interesting new category. I haven't had hands-on yet, so I look forward to getting hands-on. I'll let you know how well that works. But this is just the beginning of adding more and more intelligence to those meetings. And yet another new category, Microsoft Teams panels. This was a surprise to me. This is a dedicated display to go outside of the meeting room space, and it's your is your room busy, is your room free type display with light up colors, green and red, but also allows you to book the room directly from the panel. These are from Crestron now and Yealink coming, and if you use them for a room without a Teams room system in, you do need a license for them, so you need a Teams Rooms license to run them. But if the room in question has a Microsoft Teams room in, there's no additional license for these. Often see these in higher end offices, and they can be really useful to understand at a glance, can I dive in and use that room? Is it available? When's it next booked for? So really nice addition to the Teams family, and kind of completes the story around a room system where you can have the room system and the panel all work together with Microsoft Teams. So Teams Rooms management and updates. Again, the Android is relatively simple, all from the Microsoft Teams Admin Center. The Microsoft Teams Rooms on Windows, there's some stuff coming to the Admin Center, but you still have to do Windows updates direct from Microsoft, although they'll automatically update if you have it by default. App updates come directly from Microsoft too. You will want to monitor the MTRs and collect some logs, check they're online, check they're booted up and working. So that's an overhead there that you have to consider if you want to really manage these devices. And there is a premium portal with the Microsoft Teams Room Premium that adds additional insights into how the PC mic and speakers are working, how Windows is working, if the device is updating correctly, everything else. So I'll talk about that premium license, but it does add an additional level of self-management and ability to raise tickets on Microsoft if you're having issues as well. So how do you choose the right room system? You've seen lots of options there. The first thing is to think about the space, and you will need different systems for different spaces. There is not a one unit fits all scenario here, from huddle right through to large size meeting rooms. So expect to have to choose a different range of devices for different scenarios. Expect to have maybe additional audio and video components, or certainly maybe more complex audio components at the medium to large room, and maybe you're just Android and a simple speaker bar, video bar at the lower end. Consider the camera, how wide the field of view is. Can it get everybody in the room? Do you want that automatic framing of people? That can be very useful. Consider mics. If you can, try and get them off the desk. Mics on the desk are always going to pick up more noise than not. If you can go to those ceiling mics, that can be really good. Cable management is a really big deal. Can you run cables? Can you get the floor up? Where are the cables going to run, both network and power? If you can, particularly for larger rooms, think about acoustics. Do you need sound dampening panels? If it's all glass and all flat surfaces, the room is already working against you in terms of a great experience. And lighting is so important as well. Again, often can't be controlled, but if you have the opportunity, particularly if you're at the design phase for meeting rooms, making sure your lighting is good and consistent will really help your cameras pick up a good experience. A little more detail on the considerations there. Most importantly, just do your research. Don't go and buy a device and assume it will work because it's certified. Think about your space, and certainly I'd advise bringing in some experts to do room surveys and understand what the different options are that are best for you. And also consider that you might need professional installers for some of these scenarios. It's horrible to see people buy these and self-install them and leave the cables hanging around and power and network just strewn across the table. It will be a much neater experience if you get a professional installer to do a proper room fit out, or if you're going for huddle rooms, going for something with minimal cables to make that experience nice for the end user. Cable management, here's an example. In this case, you've got the compute system on the desk, and so you're needing to bring cables back to the desk. In other experiences, so for example, the Microsoft Teams rooms on Android, the table-based touch controller can just be a single power over Ethernet connection into your network. It doesn't even have to be directly connected to the compute of the bar in that case. So think carefully about which devices you're using and what cables need to be run. All the marketing videos will airbrush out all the cables for these units, so make sure you understand what cables you're going to get, what needs to connect to what directly, what can connect to what over the network rather than directly, and how you're going to plug all that stuff in. Importantly, all these systems need to be licensed. There's two levels of license. There is the standard, which is $15 per month list, and this enables all the room features and gives you phone system, the ability for the room system to make PSTN calls and PSTN conference calls in that license. And then there's premium, and this is $50 list on top of the standard license. So in addition, and this is an additional level of management. So you have a portal that allows you to see all your room systems, see their health, update them, control updates in update rings within your own environment. It gives real-time monitoring and alerting to issues. It can also give you direct support to a Microsoft support team who can help you with issues. So you get chat support to help. I can't get this room to work, or this device is not working correctly. And it's a proactive service from Microsoft. So you can choose to put this on some of your rooms or all of your rooms, or none of your rooms if you want to manage them in-house. But $15 is that baseline, and the $50 is if you want that extra level of management from Microsoft. So rounding out this session, we've covered a lot of ground. I hope it's been useful for you. Here are some tips and resources. Number one, test devices. You can't tell device performance from a website or a YouTube video, really. You need to get hands-on. If you've got a requirement, talk to the vendors. Many of the vendors or the sellers of these devices will lend you kit to play with, or give you kit on sale or return, so you can get really hands-on and understand the experience. And when you're testing, test the experience in the room or the experience on the device, and have someone who understands your testing have the remote experience and explain it to you, because you can have a really good in-room experience where the sound coming out of the speakers is fantastic and the screen looks great, but maybe on the remote end they're not picking up such a good video picture, or they're not fully hearing your audio. The remote assessment of these devices is hard, so try and have someone remote who can compare and contrast different devices and can explain to you what the experience is, or take it in turns, have the in-room experience, have the remote experience. Try to minimize your vendors where you can, just to limit your support overhead in terms of the number of vendors you have to talk to. You might also be able to get more aggressive pricing if you bring to a vendor, I'm going to bring all my headsets to you or all my speakerphones to you, but don't limit yourself to the extent that you can't choose the right device for your use case. So if a particular vendor has a particular device that suits a subset of users really well, the management overhead is not that bad. I mean, maybe you need a second way to update those specific devices. If they're Android-based devices like IP phones, there'll be very little difference in the management, for example, so you don't need to worry too much about that. Always keep those devices up to date. Microsoft are always adding features, they're always adding new abilities. The Android devices should pretty much update themselves, but the USB devices, you'll often need to intervene and have the agent running on the desktop and do the update. And consider that these are not buy and done purchases. There are operational overheads to update the USB devices, to keep an eye on the room systems, to make sure they're monitored and managed properly. And maybe that's where the Microsoft Teams Room Premium might come in for you as good value. A few links and resources. There's a good Microsoft Teams Rooms Foundations course there on LinkedIn Learning that's free to use. The device catalog gives every Microsoft Teams certified device so you can have a look and compare and contrast them. And the Microsoft documentation is really strong in this area too. So have a look at the online docs, they give good explanations. Also, a little plug, I have my blog there, tomstalks.blog, and I do a weekly email update of all the Microsoft Teams news. So if you're interested in Teams or you're in this space and you want an update of what's going on, feel free to check that out. So that's been me. I really hope that's been useful. There's a lot of devices in the ecosystem. I hope I've given you some tips about what to consider when you're choosing between them and all your different options. I'd love your feedback. So I'm in the chat if you're here live, but also if you're watching the recording after the event, feel free to reach out to me, Twitter or LinkedIn. My details are there. Thanks ever so much and take care. Hope to see you again soon.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Welcome everybody to Get IT, the one-day Microsoft Teams virtual conference. Today I'm going to talk about understanding the location and features to protect your Microsoft data. I hope you're going to enjoy this session. I want to thank the organization for giving me this opportunity to present about this topic, and don't hesitate to ask any questions you have in the chat while watching this session. My name is Jasper Oosterveld and I'm a Microsoft MVP and modern workplace consultant working from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And I work for a company called InSpark. So welcome to Microsoft Teams. Teams is of course the hub for teamwork. And Teams is built upon 5 pillars, or actually provides 5 pillars. It kind of depends how you phrase it. The first one is chat, allowing us to communicate with each other by using chat. So it's a lot more informal, quicker, and I also think a lot more fun. So it definitely helps to reduce emails, but also open up and stimulate a more informal culture within your company. The second one is meetings. Well, I think we all noticed this the last year and a half, of course, due to the pandemic, that we all are probably using Microsoft Teams for our meetings. And to be fair, Microsoft put a lot of money and time and effort in it to make Teams a lot better while doing meetings, and it's definitely paying off. It's more efficient. I can share my screen. I can use a whiteboard application to make digital notes. I can record sessions, and it really makes our lives a little bit better, meeting-wise, by using Microsoft Teams in these times. The third one, of course, is calling. So that means you can basically replace your phone center, your call center, by using Microsoft Teams. And I know there are some limitations, and it's definitely not my area of expertise. So this is the only thing I'm going to talk about it. But a lot of companies were using Skype for Business for this, and of course Teams is the follow-up. So Teams also provides these features. The fourth one is, of course, collaboration. And I think apart from meetings, that's also one of the main things we do during our workday is collaborate. Collaborate with our colleagues, but also collaborate with external people. And Microsoft Teams is, of course, doing a really good job with that, right? A central location where I can store my files. We can work together in files, and I can also invite people outside the company. And the last one is apps and workflows. So by using Power Automate and Power Apps, you can basically digitalize and integrate your business processes straight into Microsoft Teams in the Teams application. And that's fantastic because then more and more of your day-to-day job, your activities, stuff you need is all being brought into one application. So for example, we use this to ask our employees about their mood, how they're feeling, is there room for improvement? We're using it for declaration forms. So yeah, you see, that's a lot of stuff you can easily integrate within Teams. It will definitely make your lives a lot easier. So what is the business value of Microsoft Teams? So as I mentioned before, just now, it really provides a central and integrated work experience because I can do a lot within a Teams application, right? I can chat with my colleagues, like a one-on-one chat. I can work together in projects, right? I can see my agenda. I can see my files in OneDrive. I can work with Yammer. These days, through the FIFA, I believe it's called FIFA Connections, correct me if I'm wrong, I can also see our internet portal. So that's fantastic, right? So more and more stuff can be done within Teams. So what that provides is that I can focus a lot more, right? I have to switch a lot less between multiple applications, definitely increasing my productivity. I find it difficult to put a percentage on it, but I definitely notice I'm more productive while working within one application. Teams is a cloud-only application. There were before the pandemic, but now, of course, still a lot of companies want to accelerate their digital transformation. They want to move more and more of their business processes, of their applications to the cloud. Like I said, Microsoft Teams is a cloud-only application, so by using Teams, you're definitely accelerating that process as well. And the last one is compliance and security. So your data is compliant and secure within the data centers of Microsoft, but once it leaves those data centers, so you store it on your device, laptop, mobile phone, whatever, it's your responsibility. So we'll touch upon that today as well, what you can do to secure your data. But please be aware that's your responsibility. Microsoft provides the services, but you have to implement them. So what are some worries of the customers I work with, right? So at InSpark, we work with a lot of customers, and a lot of customers are using Teams or starting to use Teams. So when I talk with them and I talk with them about the pillars and the benefits, and I show them, of course, a demo, there's the same worries have popped up now for the last couple of years. They're really worried about an explosion of Teams, especially if you just open up Teams and everybody can create one. It's a warranted worry, right? It can happen that maybe hundreds of teams are created, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't get me wrong; it doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? So long they're all used properly, it's fine, right? But I think we all know that's not always the case. Unfortunately, this can also result in a duplication of teams, especially if you just use Microsoft Teams kind of out of the box, right? So you let people create teams through the Teams application. Yeah, Teams is not going to tell you, oh, Jasper, you're now creating a marketing team, but there are already 5 other marketing teams. It doesn't do that. So you can be stuck with a lot of the same teams. So that means the purpose will be unclear. It's like, am I supposed to use this team or that marketing team? What is this? I see a team here with a name, but it's very unclear. What is this actually being used for? That makes it very hard to manage from IT's perspective, but also hard for a business user. Like they don't know where to go to and what actually is the point of certain teams, right? It can definitely still be difficult to find teams, especially private teams are basically unfindable if you're not a member. And content can be tricky to find as well. So that some customers are struggling with this as well. Where do I have to go to find my team or a team and the content? And that's also kind of related to the location of all the data, right? That's something I'll discuss in a second. But because Teams is such an integrated experience, you're using a lot of other services. So that means your data is stored at different locations. So it's like, where is all the data stored? So it can create a bit of confusion for IT, but also for the business side. And the last one, of course, is that definitely a lot of customers are worried about security and compliance risks. Okay, I'm allowing people to be invited and external people to be invited, but are they going to have access to data they shouldn't have access to? Am I going to have a data leak? Very, again, warranted worries that have to be addressed, and you can definitely do that and also do something to protect your data. Again, something we'll discuss during this session. So how can you address these things? There are 3 steps I advise you to take. Define and implement a governance strategy, launch a change management and adoption approach, and implement security and compliance features. So we'll touch upon all these 3, but we'll dive deeper into the third one because I've done separate sessions about the first 2. So I don't want to, so not that much time to talk about those here as well. But if you have any questions where you can find more information, just reach out to me. But before we do, I want to take a little bit of a step back and I want to talk about the foundation of Teams. And that's, of course, Microsoft 365 groups, basically the rebranding of Office 365 groups that's been around for a long time now. It all starts at Azure Active Directory. And Azure Active Directory, that's the place where all your users that have access to Microsoft 365 are stored. But these users are stored separately, but they can also be added into a group. And traditionally, that's a security group. But these days, of these days, you have multiple groups, like your security groups, but you also have a Microsoft 365 group, right? So that's a type of group. And by adding people in that Microsoft 365 group, you provide a membership towards Microsoft 365. This slide will kind of show it a little bit better. So I have a Microsoft 365 group, for example, called Marketing. The group has members, and those members can also be guests, by the way, if you allow that. So those members are divided into owners and members, right? You also have guests, but guests are basically seen as members with some limited functionality. But by having that centralized membership, you get access to multiple services in the Microsoft 365 platform. You get access to Teams, you get access to Stream, you get access to SharePoint team site, you get access to Planner, all through that centralized membership provided by a Microsoft 365 group. So if you translate that to working with teams, what happens if you create a new team are two things. Well, more, but I kind of trimmed it down. So the first thing that happens is I create a new team, for example, called Marketing. Let's just stay with that one. There is a Marketing Microsoft 365 group being added in Azure Active Directory. And the person who creates that team adds members, or adds their colleagues or external people, and they're all becoming now members of that Microsoft 365 group. The second thing that happens is all these other services are being enabled. So I can work with Stream, I can work with SharePoint, but there's also a shared calendar being created. There's an inbox being created, etc., etc. So there's a lot of stuff happening. So where is your data stored, right? And what services are being used? So I use for this next slide, I'm using Nikki Chappell. So Nikki, you're probably not watching this, but thanks a lot. If you are, fantastic, you did a great job. She created a blog. I took this picture from there, and I have a link to her blog at the end of this the slide deck. So definitely take a visit and give her a huge thanks. But she made this basically a diagram where you can see for each service, for each application of Microsoft Teams. So for example, chat, private channels, standard channels, meetings. You can see what service is being used. SharePoint, OneDrive, Stream, and so you can also immediately know where it's being stored. So I don't want to use this presentation to dive into each of these per slide, because I think this one gives a perfect overview. Definitely visit her blog so you can get a little bit more detail, but this gives you a nice overview so you get some insights and hey, what is actually being used service-wise, so I know where it's being stored. Important, but I would like to focus more on how you can protect your data. Yeah. So first up, restore. Because it can happen, of course, that people delete something, right? By accident or on purpose. So what are some of the out-of-the-box features you have to restore some of these deleted items? So if you delete a team, the team is removed with all its components. So that slide I showed, where you get a couple slides back, when you create a team, everything's been deleted. This is the SharePoint site, the planner, the stream, etc., and etc. It's all being deleted, but you can restore it within 30 days. It can only be done by someone within IT with the permissions to do so. So there's a recycle bin. Within 30 days, you can restore it. Afterwards, it's gone. Sites is part of SharePoint. So the SharePoint site collection recycle bin is a bit longer, and that's 93 days. So what happens is, after those 30 days of the team, that site collection is still there, but it will tell you I'm missing a group. But at least you still have access a little bit longer to the data that's stored in SharePoint. Same applies for content. So if somebody by accident deletes a document within a team, you can restore it within 93 days. And again, after that, it's gone. Videos are still stored in Microsoft Stream, and Microsoft Stream has a recycle bin of 30 days. There are still plans. It's been a bit quiet, or maybe I've missed something. It can also be the case. There's a lot happening. Is moving to SharePoint and OneDrive. So then you will have a little bit longer the time to restore because they have the 93 days. Be aware, chat can only be restored with third-party backup software, right? There's no out-of-the-box way to do that. If you delete a tab, the tab is gone. There's no way to restore the tab. It's okay because the tab basically exposes data stored in other locations that those locations are untouched, but you have to add the tab again. A task, for some reason, Planner's been around for so many years, there's still not a recycle bin. I don't know why, but please give us a recycle bin. If you use whiteboards, there's also currently no way to restore these. At least I didn't find one. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but I couldn't find one. So what is my advice around this topic? Review these default options because they can perfectly work for your organization, but you have to check, do these out-of-the-box features work with our regulations? So yeah, you have to apply, apply to like regulations, for example, EU, or if in US or somewhere else. Or maybe you have some internal agreements that don't match with the stuff that Microsoft provides. Then you have to look into third-party vendors. For example, the sponsors from this event, SharePoint or Veeam, they offer excellent solutions to give you more flexibility in backing up data and restoring it as well. Also look into information governance, so retention policies that can also help you to prevent unwanted data loss, but it's not a backup solution, right? You cannot go to your retention, to information governance in a compliance center, say, hey, I want to have that document back from like 3 months ago. That's not it. It just prevents content being deleted for a certain period of time, right? But please, it's not a backup solution. So let's quickly take a look at governance. I'm just going to quickly go over this. So there's some advantages. You bring together IT and business. Traditionally, these two audiences had some conflicting communication with each other. Like there was a lot of misunderstanding. Bring them together, you can take that all away because then they know from each other what they need and what they're responsible for. Within governance, you're making a lot of decisions that impact your adoption strategy. Again, you have to integrate your internal procedures and regulations because Microsoft Teams doesn't know you're not allowed to store credit card numbers, for example, or share them. Teams doesn't know that. And the last one, you have to learn how to manage Microsoft 365 groups. And that's what I showed in those slides about that topic because you see there's a lot of impact around that area. So do a governance workshop, define your strategy in that workshop and afterwards, and then implement it. Again, this is very high level, but I have separate sessions about this topic. We'll dive a little bit more into it, a lot more into it. Then take a look at change management and adoption. What is change management? Well, change management is the discipline that guides how we prepare, equip, and support individuals to successfully adopt change in order to drive organizational success and outcomes. I like definitions, but what I find more important is the why. So why is this so important? Because if employees affected by change do not support it and are not involved in the entire process, you will fail what you wanted to achieve. And in this case, there's a successful rollout and deployment of Microsoft Teams. This can also be deployment of SharePoint or whatever, right? But you have to understand that for most people, working with Teams or any other technology means a change in the way they're used to work, right? Like if I speak for myself, like I've been working on IT for so long now. I understand it. I'm a lot more forgiving if stuff doesn't work, and maybe I handle change a little bit better. But a lot of people don't, and I don't even blame them because they're just used to working a certain way. And then if you dump sounds kind of negative, but if you just force this on them, they're gonna be like, no, I'm not doing this. Like I've not been involved. I don't know why it is. I'm not doing it. So please spend a lot of time and attention on this. Again, I'm not going to go over all these topics. You get the slides so you can take a look at it. You can always reach out. But in my opinion, these are the key components of your adoption and change management strategy. So now we're going to the secure Microsoft Teams data. So we'll dive a little bit more deeper into this one. So why is this important? If you have a data leak, or loss of data, you can be faced with huge fines. And I don't know outside the Netherlands, of course, but I think a couple months ago, there was a hospital here that had a data leak around patient information, and they got a fine almost 500,000 euros. Yeah, 500,000. That's a lot of money. And I think that money could have been spent on a lot of more better things. So this is a reality. Maybe not so much for small organizations, but for the larger ones, this is a huge risk, and it will happen eventually. It also causes a lot of negative publicity. Let's say you're a company that, Facebook is a good example, right? There's so much negative news around them where they mistreat your data, and it causes a lot of negative publicity. Unfortunately, with them, it doesn't impact as much as I would like, but this is my personal opinion. But again, let's say you're a different kind of company. let's say customers don't trust you anymore with the data. That can mean that you can close your doors because nobody wants to work with you anymore. You get huge fines. It's game over. So please, this is a very important topic. And I'm very happy to see that a lot more customers are now interested in this, spending a lot more time and money on it to implement projects to guarantee a more secure and compliant environment while working with Microsoft Teams. Microsoft is here to help. That's always nice. So Microsoft has Microsoft Information Protection. So this allows you to discover sensitive data. You can classify that sensitive data. So for example, that means you can give it a label. And a label could be highly sensitive. Because I use a label called highly sensitive, and it's just an example, right? You can call it differently. I can protect that data. So I can make sure people who should not have access don't have access, right? And I can monitor the sensitive data. I can monitor where it is. Once labels are applied, I can see where they're being used, how many are being used. And the nice thing is, it's a broad coverage. So it spans over multiple devices. So it does not only work on a laptop, it also works on your mobile phone, for example. It works for multiple apps. Of course, the Microsoft apps are supported by default, but you can also, for example, do the PDFs. Microsoft provides an SDK allowing third parties to integrate MIP with their products. Because Microsoft is not responsible for third parties integrating with them, right? They give them the SDK, say like, hey, here is our information, how you can do it, but it's your responsibility to do so. So it's up to you as a customer to put some pressure on your suppliers to do that. It spans over multiple cloud services. So even if a document is classified, is protected, it still works when it's, for example, in Box or Dropbox. And these days, there's a lot of abilities to also work with your on-premises data, right? So you can classify and protect your on-premises data as well. This is all done with sensitivity labels. So what are sensitivity labels? Well, these are labels to classify and protect content stored in Microsoft Teams. But you can also use these labels to classify a team. Why is this important? So if you look at the content side first, it allows you to protect sensitive data from unauthorized users by applying an encryption. So that example I gave. So we have a label called sensitive, of internal sensitive, something like that. If I label a document like that, only my InSpark colleagues can access it. If this document is being leaked, for example, on purpose or by purpose, that's not the right way, but you know what I mean. That person cannot access it because it has an encryption on it that says no, only people with an @inspark.nl address can open it. And again, this is the great thing. It doesn't matter where the content is, the encryption is always applied, and that's fantastic. But if you look at Teams, so from Teams perspective, you can enforce some of your governance strategies. So for example, allowing guests the privacy settings, right? Those are just a couple examples. So how does this work? It's relatively straightforward, right? It's not that difficult, right? You assign them manually for content and Teams. So I can manually assign a label to this presentation, for example. And I have an example in a slide coming up. Automatically only applies for content. You cannot automatically apply a label for a team. Everything that's related to auto labeling or anything with auto, so if you work with compliance, anything that has the word auto in it will always be E5. So keep that in mind. Doesn't have to be an issue, but it doesn't mean you have to upgrade some of your licenses. So this is an example from labeling content manually. Yeah, it's confidential InSpark. I said internal, but it doesn't matter. So if I label that Word document with confidential InSpark, it means that only InSpark employees can access this document, this Word document. If I do confidential external, I have to decide which external people or companies can access it, and then they can, but other ones can't. But I do this manually. This is the one for Teams. So I define my sensitivity labels. When somebody wants to create a team, they have to pick their sensitivity. And that, for example, means in this case, they select a label called project. They can only create private teams. You see, the public one is grayed out. And I can also not switch. Normally, if you work with teams, you can always switch from private to public. With this, you cannot. It's forced. And that means on the left side, I cannot invite external guests. Unfortunately, you don't get a nice message saying you're not allowed to do this because of the sensitivity settings. It doesn't do it. Maybe they'll fix that one day. And on the right side, for example, you can also define your type of sharing links. So with this label, we said it's not allowed to share with external people. Because here I wanted to share that document with an Hotmail address. And that's not allowed. Last one, you can also work with unmanaged devices. So you can say when somebody has an unmanaged device, is trying to access the content, I can block that. I can block it, for example. So then we're moving on to data loss prevention. So what is data loss prevention? I'm not going to call it DLP because that's a lot easier. It's a policy you define that's aimed at identifying, controlling, and automatically protecting sensitive information. So it's basically an extra layer on top of working with sensitivity labels, right? Because with sensitivity labels, there's often a lot of manual assignment being applied, right? You have to assign manually, especially if you don't have E5. So this gives you another layer of protection. Because I define a policy, and a policy can be based on industry standards or maybe some internal regulations. So an example I sometimes use when I do a lot more demos is then I define a policy that looks, for example, if a word called PlayStation 6 is used, for example. When that's done, that policy is triggered, right? But before you do that, you have to select a location. Well, in our case, we're talking about Microsoft Teams, so we're selecting SharePoint and Microsoft Teams. The team side, that's really for chat, and the SharePoint side, that's really for the content. You have to apply rules and conditions. So when is the DLP policy supposed to be triggered? Is that being triggered when a sensitivity label is being used, for example, and then the policy is being applied? And what will happen is that, for example, can mean when the policy is triggered, that content cannot be shared externally, for example, right? Or it's not allowed to be shared internally. There's a lock that's being put on it. Right? You can use notifications to guide your employees. So it's not just that it's not possible, you're trying to send it, but they keep getting errors. You can give them nice notifications so they understand what's happening. And you can also give them the ability to report that when the policy is being triggered or even to override it. So let's say I create a DLP document, I create a Word document. And for example, in this case, there is an IBAN number in there, right? So that's an international banking number. So I created, I uploaded the SharePoint very quickly, within a couple of seconds. The DLP policy is triggered. It gives me, on the left side, you see a little icon. If I click on it, it refers me to a policy tip. And in this policy tip, I can provide a little bit more information so they understand why it's being blocked. And you can see in the screenshot that in this case, I gave them the opportunity to report an issue because it can always happen that a DLP policy is being triggered when it shouldn't, so that you give them the opportunity to report it. And that report is being sent to, for example, your CISO or somebody else who's responsible for the compliance and security within your company. You can also allow them to override it. And again, it's up to you if you want to do that. You can change that per policy. You will get a notification when it happens. So there's a nice DLP center where you can see all the DLP policies being triggered. And you will also see it if somebody overrides it. So it gives you a little bit more control and monitoring abilities. So this is what it looks like with chat. Very similar. I had a chat message and an IBAN number in there. Very quickly it's being blocked, and I get the same policy tip message as you saw within the previous example with the Word document. So I have a couple tips for implementing this. Implementing sensitivity labels, implementing DLP. Please start with a pilot. Don't just turn it on for the whole organization because it will have a huge impact, right? You need to make sure people understand why it's happening. You need to make sure it works the way you want it to work. So start with a pilot. And what we often do is do one use case within one department. So for example, HR. So try to find a department that works with sensitive information because that's more an interesting use case. Because if you work with a department that works with no sensitive information at all, it's not really a good way to test it and see how it works. Do a lot of testing because often you expect, especially DLP, you expect it to work the way, you turn it on. It's like, oh yeah, it works, but it doesn't. Like you need to fine tune it a lot more because you have a lot of fine tuning options as well. So you have to do a lot of testing. Then eventually you have to do a review. of your test results and the findings, and that allows you to redesign your solution. For example, your label solution or your DLP solution. Maybe it works immediately out of the box, fantastic, you can go on, but I have the feeling there's often needs to be some tweaking. And then you can slowly extend it to other departments. Maybe one, maybe two. So extend it, and then kind of like a waterfall within your company. Like an oil stain, I think that's a better expression. Definitely provide training. Because again, it's not that hard to assign a label. It's not rocket science, but for most people it's new and they need to understand how it works and why it's there. So provide training sessions, do support materials. The nice thing about, and I mentioned labels, if you assign a label, there's an option to refer to, for example, a website where you can provide more information, like called help. So definitely create, if you use SharePoint, a SharePoint page where you talk about your information protection policies, why it's there, how it works, who they can contact if they have any questions. That will really help with the adoption of this part. So maybe you think about, okay, you talk about information protection with sensitivity labels, data loss prevention. What about retention? Definitely very, very important. But retention is more aimed at information governance. It's not really protection. And I wanted to focus this session a little bit more around that topic. But what retention does, it allows you to set policies on locations. You can work with retention labels, preventing content that has that label or that's applicable to that policy to be deleted. So nobody can delete it for a year, for example, just depending on the term you put on, the period of time you put on it. Or you automatically delete it after a certain amount of time. So that's not really protection. It's definitely important, right? So do something with it, but it's not really part of this session. So next up is a multi-factor authentication. And that's really, you have to see that as a way, as an extra layer of protection. Because it's much of a reality these days that usernames and passwords are being leaked. You see so many news items around that, oh, this company has been breached and all the data has been stolen. So if you use multi-factor authentication and somebody tries to log in with your details, you will get a message. And that message can be an email or an app or they can call you, you can get a text message or the app, and that allows you to see like, hey, I'm not trying to log in. So you can see like, hey, there's a breach. So this is a no-brainer in my case to implement this. So it's definitely also a good way to apply to your guests. So if you start to work with teams and allow your employees to invite guests, also turn it on. Again, you can get a text message, then you get a code on your phone, you have to manually enter it, a phone call. That's also an easy one because it basically, you get like a robot message and think you have to just press the pound key. That's an easy one. I prefer the Authenticator app because I have an iPhone and it pops up and I can click on it and do approve. It takes me like 2 clicks. It's really easy. This is a no-brainer. You have to implement this. But again, communicate, right? Don't just turn it on. Don't tell anything. Communicate internally. Maybe provide a manual for your guest how to configure it. It's relatively straightforward, but we did like a manual for like our guests, so especially for the less technical people, to help them with this process. Then the next up is conditional access. And I know these topics are way broader, right? I'm just doing it very high level because I do want to get your attention that these topics are important and give you a little bit of insights what it is. But again, I included some resources in the end of the presentation to some Microsoft documentation that gives you a lot more insights and information how to implement this. So if you look at conditional access, with conditional access, it basically works with signals. It looks at, for example, what device is being used to get access, what application is being used, what user location is being used. So it has signals. And then depending on the signal and how you configured it, somebody doesn't get access, maybe a limited way of access, maybe that person has to use MFA. So for example, if an external person tries to log in, that person has to use MFA. And that kind of depends if you and how you can get access to data. So this is an example I see a lot around working with SharePoint content. If somebody doesn't have a managed device, so that's a device that's either being provided by the organization or that's being integrated in your mobile device management policies, so that's an unmanaged device, you can give somebody full access to the content. So that means that he or she can download the document or download or open the document in the Office application, or just use the browser, or it gets blocked. And the block one, that was an example I showed by using labels in Teams. The one you mainly see is the second one. So they say, like, yeah, it's fine if you have an unmanaged device, We still want you to work, of course, but we'll only give you the web only feature, and it has some limited features, of course. So then we're moving on to mobile device management. Again, crucial. This is a no-brainer, of course, especially for devices you provide as an organization, but it also gives you the opportunity to work with the bring your own device aspect. A lot of people have their own mobile phones, but they still would like to receive or view their emails, for example, or work with Teams on their private device. And then you get more into the mobile application management area. The MDM is really business devices. MAM, that's really personal devices. So it allows you to manage these. So for example, let's say one gets stolen, is lost, and gives them the IT the ability to basically block the device, maybe wipe it. And the nice thing is about wiping, if it's a personal device, only the apps that are being provided by the organization. So for example, the Outlook app, SharePoint app, only those apps are being removed. Your pictures, for example, your personal pictures are all untouched. So only those devices, only those apps on your personal device are being managed, and that's awesome. So that allows it to wipe it, and this all is done by Microsoft Intune. So this is basically my session around understanding the location of your data from while working Microsoft Teams. So again, you get the slides, take a look at that one nice overview image, go to the blog. It gives you fantastic insights where everything's being stored. It definitely helps you understanding Teams, the way it works, and also helps you guide your users if they have any questions around that topic. And take a look into all the security and compliance features, right? And don't do them all at once. There's just too much of an impact on your organization. Just do them, in phases. That works a lot better. We do it with a lot of our customers. So I hope this session gave you a lot of valuable insights. Don't hesitate to reach out on Twitter. You can also send me a message or connect to me on LinkedIn. That was it for me. Again, after this slide, there's a lot of resources I provided, and I also gave you a couple of slides on helping you define your information protection policies as well. And it's the label aspect I talked about. So I can help you a little bit with that as well. Thank you. I hope you had a good time and enjoy the rest of the event.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Hi, this is Matt Smith with CoreView. I'm a principal consultant and solution architect here. I joined from Microsoft Consulting Services, where I was part of the America's Cloud Services deployment team for BPOS and Microsoft 365. The topic of today's webinar is Microsoft Teams delegation and governance. And to start us off, I took a snip of Microsoft's webpage regarding governance for Teams and whether it's needed. And they call out some decision points about things like, do you require a naming standard for Teams? Do you need to limit who can create a team? Is it okay to invite external guests to Teams and so forth? And I would argue the answer for all of those is yes, of course we do. Regardless of the size of your organization, we would not call a platform operationally ready until we had the governance and management components of a information asset ready to deploy. And Teams definitely requires this, and I'm going to go through with you some of the challenges that our customers have seen with Teams deployment and some of the solutions around addressing those challenges. A lot of the surprises come from the great usability of Teams and the desire for the business organization to want to have a collaboration asset like this. Actually, Teams has been in the works for many, many years. Those of you with a SharePoint background probably remember SharePoint portals being created that would have your user calendar and email as part of the SharePoint page. And Teams is kind of the realization of that many-year journey from the Microsoft collaboration stack. But the proliferation of Teams has also given us these governance and management issues. And a big part of that is that the default configuration of Teams out of the box is not what a lot of people expect. The first and the biggest glaring issue If you have a Teams license within your organization, you can create a team. Let's compare that to the days of the file server in the data center. We didn't allow everybody to create a top-level file server share. We put permissions and governance around access to various file shares. Some were department shares for sensitive information like HR and payroll and product design and so forth. But with Teams out of the box, we have the ability of every member by default can create a top-level team. Downstream from those top-level teams are what's called Teams channels. And once again, everybody can create a Teams channel. I put a chart here just as leave behind reference for you on all the things that by default our Teams members can do. And part of that is sharing data outside the organization. That may be an issue for you. The ability to create those Teams channels, as we discussed, and to create private conversations across teams. This data gets scattered throughout the organization. I'm going to show you another chart here in just a moment, exactly where that data is going and why that, it left unchecked, why that may create a lot of problems for our organization. We put together a map for you of exactly where Teams data is stored. And as I said, it's really throughout the Microsoft ecosystem. If you notice here in the upper left, we have data that's being stored in individual users' mailboxes in Exchange. We have data being stored in OneDrive. We have data being stored in Office 365 group mailboxes. We have data being stored in SharePoint folders. Some of these folders and data locations are visible to the end user, and others are not. In a day of e-discovery, GDPR compliance, the right to be erased, if we don't understand where all this data is being created and by whom, how do we then apply those governance and compliance standards to our data? I want to go through these challenges with you because there are quite a few that come along with the benefits of Teams. I want to downplay the benefit of Teams as a collaboration platform. It's fantastic, but we also need to know how to manage it. First of all, Teams activity is stored in the Microsoft audit log. You grant access to the audit log, and that gives you not only access to the Teams data, but to everything else as well. Exchange message headers, administrative actions, AD login events, and so on and so forth. Our ability to troubleshoot Teams within the audit log and also to rewind exactly what has happened is mixed in with all those other applications. And in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, you grant access to audit or you don't get it at all. Also, interestingly, if you take a look at some of the role-based access control roles, like application administrator, you're going to see that an application administrator by default is granted access to the audit logs. Once again, is this least privilege access, and is this the level of access that we want to grant to all these different groups? Another is Teams channel placement. If you have the ability to create a Teams channel, you can create it anywhere within the structure by default. Is that the behavior you want? Or do I want to restrict your ability to create a Teams channel within the team, the top level folder, to which you belong? And I would argue that the latter case is more common. Also, Teams naming conventions. Once again, I've granted you the ability to create a team or a Teams channel. You had that by default, but now I've gone in and I've restricted that. But since you can create a Teams channel, you can also name it anything that you wish. How are we going to enforce naming standards across the organization and make that Teams folder structure make sense? Teams policy application. What's our policy for public or private Teams channel creation? Are we going to allow external sharing? Can files be stored as part of the team and what's the DLP policy around those files that we store. Provisioning approvals. Do I have a process in place for ensuring that, once again, the delegation that I've done of Teams channel creation, that it's not duplicated somewhere else within the organization? Do I have an approval process in place other than just a manual ticketing system or something like ServiceNow that says I'm going to allow for Teams channel creation in certain circumstances? I have a real issue with the ability in Teams dialing to delegate out the auto attendant. It takes, by default, the Teams manager role in order to create an auto attendant. Well, what if you want to delegate out the ability to record that greeting? Hi, welcome to Contoso. Press 1 for sales, press 2 for support, press 3 for service. What if that needs to be done in multiple languages? What if that needs to be done department by department? Wouldn't it be better if I could delegate out that securely, the ability to create auto attendants to those business units? And even more importantly, call queues. Call queues are who's going to pick up the phone when the customer pushes 1 for support. It's much easier if the business unit manages who showed up to work that day and who's going to be answering the phones in each one of those scenarios. Phone number assignment. I'd like to be able to delegate out, in the case of Teams dialing plans, the assignment of those phone numbers. Why does that have to come all the way back to central IT? What if there's special requests for certain number combinations and so on? These are barriers to our ability to delegate out. And what winds up happening is either IT doesn't delegate and they centralize it, and that creates bottlenecks for us, or they delegate it and it's not governed, and we get things like a lack of consistency throughout the organization. And then finally, how do I manage those external users? External collaboration is one of the strongest feature functionality components of Teams, but I need to be able to especially manage what those external users are able to do and see. And again, auditing of them is mixed in with all the other data that's contained in the Microsoft audit log. We have, for a 100 user organization, just for example, over 100,000 audit log entries over the course of a busy afternoon. How are you going to wade through all that information? So I'd argue that we need granular Teams delegation versus the traditional role-based access control. RBAC has been around since the 1970s and really was introduced in the Microsoft platform in 2010 for Exchange. But we don't really work in the realm of roles anymore. We don't have Exchange people doing Exchange things, and we don't have SharePoint people doing SharePoint things. Typically, we are creating users, adding licenses, assigning them OneDrive share, adding them to groups, assigning them to Teams channels, and so on and so forth. If instead of me granting the Teams manager role to individuals, I can very securely grant them a function like the ability to manage call queues or the ability to create Teams channels, but only within the team structure, then that's going to free up delegation for me. And I want to call out the difference between a least privilege access functional delegation versus privilege access management, for example. Privilege access management is the concept of, I'm going to give you access to a role for a limited amount of time, therefore I'm going to reduce my risk in granting you that role. I would still argue that unless you intended to give them that full functionality of that role, that you still granted them too much access. I'm going to give you the ability to delete a Teams channel for the next 15 minutes. that means that you could delete all the Teams channels. Is that really least privilege access and the functionality that we want to delegate? And I would argue no, we need a more granular functional access control instead of role-based access control. And then finally, the reluctance of delegation so that these things can be managed centers around our ability to provide governance. And really, it's a workflow engine that's going to provide governance around those functionalities that we're going to delegate. I want you to create a mailbox. I want you to create an Office 365 group, but I want you to do it according to the company naming standards. I want you to get approval before you create information assets like a Teams channel or a collaboration space with an outside B2B vendor. I want to log the fact that you requested the creation and the settings that you created and all the actions that were taken as a result of creating that Teams channel and that collaboration space. And so here on your screen, you can see some examples of I'm going to create a list for a specific operator or delegated administrator, exactly where they can create a Teams channel. I'm going to ensure that they select items like data sensitivity, which will result in an email acknowledgement, as you see on the right, as part of my workflow. You're going to acknowledge that since you said that the data here is highly sensitive, that the following company policies and procedures apply to that. And I'm going to ensure too that certain policies are applied based on your Teams channel placement, based on data sensitivity, even based on the owner of the Teams channel itself. So I hope this gave you some insight into some of the issues that are facing IT departments as we deploy Teams collaboration out to the business and the enterprise. We have good experience now. It's been available to us for well over a year. It's had enormous adoption and growth. That's led to some of the challenges that we outlined here. And if you want to see exactly how CoreView approaches Teams delegation and governance, please see the website listed here on the slide in front of you. Thanks for your time today.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying our Teams one-day virtual conference so far. My name is Rory Campbell, and today I'm going to talk to you about securing Teams in BYOD environments, specifically desktop environments. A little bit of background about myself before we dive into things. Like I said, my name's Rory Campbell, just abbreviate that to Roo. I'm a technical consultant for a company called Softcat PLC here in the UK, and my main area of focus is Microsoft 365 security and compliance. So I deal with the enterprise mobility and security suite that Microsoft offer, and then also Microsoft 365 Defender. As of this year, I'm a Petri.com contributor, and I also run my own blog, and I also chat with some guests on a little podcast that myself and my friend Pete Rising, MVP, run. That's called Cloud Conversations, and you can get the links to me online and to that blog using the information on the slide just now. When we think about securing Teams in BYOD environments, we are looking at it because of this massive explosion in both of those over the last year. For obvious reasons, since March last year, there's been this enormous spike in the use of both Teams and then BYOD devices. When the restrictions for the COVID-19 pandemic started to be rolled out by governments across the world, internal IT had this massive challenge on their hands of how do we get users up and running remotely, and in a lot of cases it was simply a case of get them a device and get them up and running. So when we say BYOD, historically that means someone's own personal device that they own, and going forward that will probably be what it refers to mostly. However, we also have to consider when we're lumping all this together, devices that maybe are corporate owned, but we really don't have any management over those yet, just because we've had to get them out there and get folk up and running as quickly as possible. So when we talk about BYOD, we think about work on non-work devices. And, the last year has obviously been hard for everyone, and I think everyone's a little bit tired of it. But if we look at the silver lining on things, it's that we've had these tools and we've had this tech available. We've had teams there to help us stay productive, help us stay collaborating with everyone else within the organization. So that's how we've ended up where we are. But there are risks associated with this new position that we're in, insofar as if a device is out there and I have no control over it, either because it's mine but I don't have the software on it, or it's not mine, therefore I don't know what is on it, then we have to consider a whole bunch of risks here. The first one that I'd like to highlight is really just data loss. When we think about folks going into Teams on Windows computers and Macs and things like that, that I don't have the ability to remote wipe. I don't have the ability to push software out. I don't have the ability to encrypt. What happens when a user does something such as synchronize a SharePoint library or download a whole bunch of files that they've been sent through Teams channels or something like that? We end up really with a whole bunch of corporate data that's just spread about all over the kind of BYOD estate. And that might be fine while the user's employed by us and while they're being productive, but what happens if something goes wrong? So say, for example, that laptop is stolen. How do I know that data is safe on that laptop when I can't really verify if that device is encrypted or not? And then similarly, maybe something less accidental happens insofar as an employee leaves on bad terms, but they've got a lot of data on their personal device that I can't stop them getting access to now. So these are the kinds of risks we have to consider. And to be fair, when we look at data loss, it is in large part accidental. The malicious employee that's kind of going out their way to cause harm to the company through data loss, that's largely an edge case, and it does happen, and we can talk about the things we'll do to protect ourselves against that. But, we are talking about, for the most part, just accidental data loss here. The other risk to consider is that of malware. For the most part, folks, maybe 90% of their working day is going to be spent on a Windows device. They're going to be using Teams and the rest of the Office 365 suite. However, if they're on a BYOD device, how do we know that that device isn't infected with some kind of malware? How do we know that it's not going to start encrypting things, or even take that malware and upload it into a cloud resource? And again, that could be accidental. The user might have really no idea what's going on. Potentially, it could be malicious. We don't know what level of firewall, AV, and the rest of it this user has. So that's one of the risks. And again, it's something else we'll talk about how we can try and mitigate. And then the final risk to highlight is that regulations. There will be some scenarios where you simply won't be allowed to allow employees to access your corporate or your enterprise resources on BYOD devices. Or there might be elements of your infrastructure that they're not allowed to access on BYOD devices. So we'll talk about some of the tech in the Microsoft 365 stack that we can use to control that. Let's talk about how we mitigate against those risks. And what you'll see on the left of the screen just now are really what we want to try and achieve as our mitigating actions. And then on the right, you'll see the parts of the Microsoft 365 stack, the services and the tech that's going to empower us to do that, as well as the license requirements for each of those. So first of all, if we can get control over that device and we can put that device into what Microsoft call a managed state, then that means that we have the ability to control either the full device or at least the application that's on that device. And Microsoft refer that to as the device becoming a managed device. It means that me as the IT guy, I can reach out and I can have some kind of management control over it. There's two ways that a Microsoft 365 service called Intune can help us achieve that. The first is this mode, I guess, called mobile device management. And that is where if we think about taking the OS as a full container, we can have complete management control over that full OS and in some cases the hardware as well. So for example, if a device enrolls within MDM, We can push out things such as BitLocker encryption. We can push out security software, so we know that there's a good security posture there with antivirus and things like that. And we can push out applications and all that kind of stuff onto a device if it's fully managed by Intune through MDM. And then perhaps most importantly, we can also issue a remote wipe of that device and then also provision it from scratch remotely. So that's MDM. Think about it as a container of management around that full operating system and device. We also have MAM, and that stands for Mobile Application Management. You might also see it referred to as App Protection Policies. And what that does is that takes that management container that with MDM applies to the full device, and with MAM, it applies it to just the application layer. So for example, that's key with the mobile device scenario insofar as if I sign into Outlook, into Teams, and these other first-party applications on my mobile phone, then an MAM policy applies and it lets the company initiate data loss prevention rules on that app. So for example, if I've got one of these MAM policies set up, or MAM policies, then I can say things such as a user is not allowed to copy and paste email data from their work mailbox into their personal mailbox, or from their work mailbox into a non-work application like the built-in Notes app or something like that. So these are ways we can manage what the user is able to do in the device, and that's one way of mitigating against those risks. The second mitigation that we're going to recommend is really just exposing what is even available on a BYOD device. So for example, you're simply not going to be allowed to get your work email on your personal device because there's a regulation within our industry that prevents that. Or if we are going to let you do it, you're going to have to go through a few hoops, such as you're going to have to go through multi-factor authentication, or you're going to have to take that personal device and then you're going to have to enroll it into our MDM service so that we do have some kind of management control over it. Now, the way we achieve both those types of mitigation are going to be with a tool called conditional access. That's part of a license bundle called Azure Active Directory Premium P1. And what conditional access does is it gives us a kind of if this then that rule set about signing in to into a device or an application. So for example, I can say if you are signing in on a BYOD device, then follow these set of rules. If this then that applied to the authentication process. Two other forms of mitigation that we'll cover today, and we'll get into the demo and show you how this all works, is the first of which is control. And that is where we will be able to actually control the activities a user is allowed to do. So let's say we make the decision that the user is allowed to access Teams on a BYOD device, which is that's a fair policy to follow. What we can actually then do is we can issue these things called controls and session policies that say, sure, you can get into Teams, but we're going to block you being able to download stuff unless you're on a company device, that kind of thing. And then lastly, the monitoring of everything that's going on. Obviously, you want to be monitoring everything regardless of whether or not it's BYOD or whether it's on a corporate device. But potentially with the BYOD scenario, you want to heighten that level of monitoring that you go through. And to achieve that control and that monitoring, I'll be talking you through an application and a service that Microsoft offer called Cloud App Security. And that is included in the higher level of licensing, or you can get it standalone. So if those are the mitigating actions, let's talk about the overall strategy about how this all fits together, the pieces of the jigsaw. The first thing we're going to want to do is let's separate this out and say, well, we've got our mobile devices we have to take care of, and then we've got our desktop devices we have to take care of. We will introduce a policy for mobile devices that says if you're accessing Office 365, which obviously includes Teams, on a mobile device, then you have to do so on an app that we can apply these policies to. And what that effectively does is block the first-party applications. So we're going to force people down the route when they're on a mobile phone of using Outlook, of using the Teams client, rather than using any third parties that might hook into this. What we're also going to do is, now dealing with the desktop scenario, is we're actually going to block users being able to sign in to the full versions of applications on Windows and on Mac OS. So the reason we want to do that is, by default, Microsoft 365 being a cloud service, you can sign into the apps from anywhere, and that's sometimes a good thing. And by default, I believe users get about 5 licenses to do that on different devices, and they may or may not be under your corporate control. The downside is that the ability to control data loss prevention really takes a bit of a nosedive when we start looking at these full Win32 or these full Mac applications. So for example, let's say someone installs Teams, they can just immediately go ahead and start synchronizing libraries and downloading files. Within Outlook, they could start caching mailboxes, things such as that. So we really want to limit the ability to use those full applications, because if the user left the company, we wouldn't be able to remote wipe those files and things, assuming it's a fully BYOD scenario with no Intune management over the device. So if we're going to block them using the full client apps, the best thing to do then is therefore to force them to use the web applications, and that's what blocking one way does. It just means they have to go and do it the other way, which is the web applications. And specifically, this is a Teams day, and regarding Teams, the web app, so teams.microsoft.com, we have great feature parity with the full Win32 application that is Teams. There are a few minor differences around the edges of advanced voice and maybe some things such as background blur and custom background. You can't do that. However, with regards to collaborating on files, using channels, using chats, things that quite frankly make up the overwhelming majority of what you will do in Teams, the web app is perfectly suitable. The advantage of the web app above the client apps is that we can actually introduce those control policies I mentioned. So we can control what a user does in that web app to block the downloads and things such as that. So those 3 bullet points, they make up our overall strategy of achieving a nice, strong, secure BYOD posture. So with all that said, with all that in mind, let's get into the demo. Let's look first of all at the admin side of things, and we're going to start with conditional access, which is really going to be the backbone of what enforces the controls that we want to introduce to our BYOD team scenario. The first thing to note is that conditional access is created by a bunch of policies, and they all work together. The first policy that we're going to look at is one here called Mobile Client Apps MAM Only, and let's break down how this works. This will apply after the user authenticates with an Azure AD. After successful authentication, conditional access will look at the sign-in and it will say, well, which of these assignments, which we can call conditions, which of these apply to you? And if they all apply to you, then we're going to initiate what are called access controls. So this is the if section, and this is the then that section. So user signs in. They are a member of all users, obviously. The cloud app is Office 365. That includes Microsoft Teams. And the condition in this case, we've configured as device platforms. So that's Android and iOS. So if a user is signing into Office 365 on Android and iOS, then conditional access will say, we will grant access to you. However, we're going to require you have an app protection policy applied. And what that means is not only do you have to have that app protection policy, but there's an inherent and an implied deny here for anything that doesn't have that. So for example, if I tried to connect to Teams using my iOS and I'm on Safari and I try to go to the web version of that, that's actually going to block me from doing that, and it's going to say no, on the mobile device you have to use our app to do so. And then it will also block things such as the first party mail app, and where that builds on is it gives us that data loss prevention control, because within Intune we can say block, cut, copy, paste, block downloads, and so on and so forth. And what I'll do is I'll jump up here and I'll jump into Intune, and here we can see the policy that enforces that. So this is called an Intune app protection policy, or a MAM policy. And here what we're saying is, if you are connecting to a resource, then we're going to do things such as block that application from backing up to iTunes. We're going to block you saving copies of organizational data, so think attachments and files in SharePoint and things like that. We're going to block the use of third-party keyboards. What are we going to do with regards to the cut, copy, and paste with other applications? So we're going to let you copy and paste, but only to other apps that we've actually got control over. And this is all going to be first-party apps, as you can imagine, controlling things such as printing, syncing, and all that kind of stuff. So this deals with the mobile phone element of our BYOD on Teams. Jumping back to conditional access, we'll look at how we deal with the desktop now. We've got two more policies, the first of which I'll go over, and that's called Desktop Client Apps, Managed Devices Only. So again, the user signs in, and let's assume we're going to sign into the full Win32 version of Teams, or the Mac version of the Teams, the actual app. Again, it's going to look through here and it's going to say, okay, well, which of these conditions, these assignments apply to you? So you are a member of all users, you are authenticating into Office 365, which of the conditions apply? The device, you're signing in on a Windows or a Mac OS, so our desktop operating systems, and you're doing it using one of the desktop clients, and you'll see how that's highlighted there. So this rule will only apply to the clients, not to the browser, because that's not selected. And additionally, and this is where things get a little bit more intelligent, as we're saying we're going to exclude devices that have this managed state. And how does it discern what's managed or not? Well, it says if the device is either hybrid Azure AD joined or marked as compliant, then you're going to be excluded from this policy because you're a managed device. What these two options roughly translate to is whether or not you're joined to an on-prem domain that has been integrated with Azure Active Directory, or is your device enrolled within Intune. And not only is it enrolled within Intune, but has it passed certain health attestation tests, such as does it have a firewall active? Is the antivirus active? Is it on a minimum level of the operating system? So that gives us quite a strong health position about the device. So we're saying all these things. So this is how we scope out our BYOD devices. And then we say, well, actually, we will let you into the client apps. However, only if your device is compliant or hybrid Azure AD joined. Therefore, that has the effect of also blocking anything that isn't. So anything that is in that BYOD state, we're going to block it from logging into those client apps and therefore improve our DLP posture. One more conditional access policy to cover, and that is this one here called Web Apps Session Control. And this is where, we've said you're going to have to use the web apps because you're blocked from using the client apps. This one is then going to give us that control over what they're doing in the web app. You'll see here who's scoped to this, all users. And you'll actually see here I've got an exclusion in here. You can see there are specific users excluded. Best practice for conditional access is that you do have what we would refer to as emergency access accounts or break glass accounts, and those are just so that if you ever misconfigure conditional access and you lock yourself out, you might lock out all your global admins or something like that, you've always got that quote unquote break glass way of getting back in. So again, cloud apps, we're going to scope that to Office 365. The conditions we're going to set here is the client apps. We're going to say the browser. And what you'll notice is actually I haven't even specified which operating system here. I want this to apply to all browser sessions so that even if someone is maybe logging in from an OS that isn't within here, then it's also going to apply with them. And what we can do is within the grant sections, I could additionally go in here and say, well, okay, we'll only apply this to BYOD devices. You may also want to apply it to work devices though. So let's jump over here and then we can go in here and we can say use conditional access app control, use custom policy. This is a big complicated phrase to basically say go to Cloud App Security and follow the rules that we've specified within Cloud App Security. So with that said, let's jump over to Cloud App Security and see what those rules look like. We'll head over to this tab here, and Cloud App Security has these settings that it calls policies. What we'll do is we will jump to the conditional access policies, and you'll see here we've got a few that are set up. I'll talk you through each of those. This first one, block download on unmanaged devices. Kind of giving away what's going to happen here, but let's jump into it. What you'll see here is we've got a session control type called control file download, and it actually goes on further and it says with inspection. You can get rather sophisticated with Cloud App Security, and you can, for example, say we will only block the download if the file contains XYZ. You could say block it if it contains credit card information or security social information or any other type of sensitive info that you want to identify. You could just block it based on that. We also have within here a filter to say we're only actually going to apply this rule if the device is not in a managed state, kind of like we did through the conditional access policy. And then as I go down a little bit further, you'll see here what action are we actually going to do. So we've specified the criteria. Now what do we do when it meets that criteria? We said we're going to block the download from even happening, and we give a little custom message there just so that folks are aware. And then lastly, as part of our policy setting, we say we're going to create an alert for that. And the reason we might want to do this is just so it becomes obvious and we can do a little bit of investigation and see, well, which users are persistently trying to download stuff on a BYOD device, for example. So that's one conditional access policy. Let's have a look at these other ones that are going to help build up our DLP posture on BYOD. This one here, this one's pretty hardcore. This will essentially block cut, copy, paste, and print operations on unmanaged devices. This isn't typically one that a lot of folks will use because, you know, it's a bit extreme insofar as if you stop someone copying and pasting from within Teams to another Teams channel or something like that, it can really get on people's nerves and maybe a little bit of overkill. But we're going to include it here just so that we can really demonstrate the power of conditional access app control. You'll see here the session control type, rather than blocking the download, that's changed to block activities. So we're going to block these activity types equals print, cut copy item, and then paste item. And then also one thing we can actually do, which we won't do, but I'll just show you so you're aware of the full array of activity types. You can also block sending of Teams messages. So for example, block them sending sensitive information within Teams. And where that particular option comes a bit more powerful is when we kind of think of it as beyond just BYOD control, if we want to stop certain groups of folk having certain types of communication. And we can see here the action is going to be block, and we're going to block it, and then we're going to inform them why we've blocked it. In this case, I'm not triggering an alert. Conditional access and with cloud app security, it can really trigger a lot of alerts and a lot of logging information, and it can create a lot of noise. So as you go into production, you have to really decide, what do I want to be informed about and what am I happy to not be informed about? So one more policy that we will look at. I'll jump back up here, go to the conditional access policies. And this policy is targeting that potential risk that the device is infected. You'll see here, what we're actually going to do is we're going to control the file upload. And this time we will utilize that inspection control that Cloud App Security has. We're going to say, if the app equals anything to do with Microsoft Online Services, so Office 365, then what we're going to do is we're going to inspect it with a malware detection using Microsoft Threat Intelligence, and then we're going to block that upload action. And what you'll also notice here is within my filter, I actually haven't specified only apply this to unmanaged devices. And that's because if you're going to apply this into production, it would probably make sense to apply this to all your devices. So whether or not they're corporate or not, you might want to look into using this one. And again, malware, I want to get an alert about that. So that's how all these policies work in the background to control what the user can and can't do within Teams on a BYOD scenario. So with all that set up, let's jump over to a BYOD PC and see what the user experience is like. Let's assume that the user has been told now they have to start working from home and they have to do so on their personal device. The first thing that user might do as someone that works for an organization that uses Teams is logically they're going to go ahead and they're going to try and install Teams. Obviously, we just set up a conditional access policy that's going to prohibit that. So let's check out what happens. Now, I should point out that you should always accompany what we're about to do with some kind of communication campaign to your user base. We don't just want to start blocking things and telling folks this is how you have to work without giving them a little heads up so that they can manage expectations and so that they don't start raising requests and service issues internally with your IT team and taking up more time than is really necessary. So let's have a look. We've installed Teams. Let's get that up and running. I'll hit get started and I will sign in as a new user in this company. I'll put in my ridiculously long email address because it's a demo tenant. Let's log in with that. And as I mentioned earlier, conditional access policies are actually enforced and checked after the authentication. So you'll see here It's going to go ahead and let me put in my password. It hasn't got as far yet as knowing that I'm not allowed to log in on the full client. We'll sign in with that. And what you can immediately see is that's the conditional access rule kicking in, and it's saying the access from personal devices is not allowed. That's kind of black and white. That's good information. That tells us what we can and can't do. Let's come out of the Teams full application. And before I move on, what I'll do is I'll jump into the Windows Security Center here. Windows 10 obviously has a built-in antivirus system called Windows Defender. However, if a user's on a BYOD device, we really can't be sure they haven't turned that off. And as you can see, the Security at Glance page here, the real-time protection has been disabled, the firewall has been disabled. So I don't know about you, but I wouldn't feel particularly comfortable with a user with this insecure security posture, uploading files to my environment, synchronizing their OneDrive folder, things such as that. So that's why we want to block those full client apps from logging in and authenticating. What we'll do is then, now that we know that we have to use a web app, I'm going to jump down here and I'm going to open Edge. That's a great homepage to have, but what I'll do is I will jump into my settings, and again, just to reiterate the kind of concerns we should be having when we're looking at BYOD Windows 10 devices, folks that are local admins, they can just go straight in here and they can do things such as turn off Defender Smart Screen, which wouldn't be ideal because it opens them up, it removes one layer of protection against malicious files from them. So let's jump into teams.microsoft.com. And as I authenticate here, you can see here it saved my username and password, but I want you to keep an eye on the URL bar. So right up the top here, I want you to look at what happens to that as I log in. As conditional access looks at what rules it has to apply, remember that rule being that it's going to apply conditional access session policies that are enforced by Cloud App Security. So let's go ahead, we'll authenticate here. And what you would normally expect is to be directed to teams.microsoft.com. However, if we keep an eye on that URL bar, you'll see that we're going to go to teams.microsoft.com, but first of all, we are routed through cas.ms, and this is using a reverse proxy. So the traffic that should have been going straight to teams.microsoft.com, I'm instead going to cas.ms. We can control as administrators whether or not we allow users to see this level of information, but essentially what you're doing here is you're giving users a heads up that, by the way, this session is being routed through Cloud App Security, and that's going to give us an increased level of auditability over your actions. So we'll hit continue to Teams, and again, you can hide that if you want, and look at that URL bar. See how it's transforming a little bit there? And it's jumping, and it finally settles as making teams.microsoft.com a subdomain of mcas.ms, and that's how we know the reverse proxies work, and that's how we know that conditional access session controls are going to be in effect. And again, assuming that my session now matches the filters that were set up with each of those conditional access policies within MCAS, I know they're going to apply. So let's look at the kind of DLP protections we're now going to get. I will jump over to a channel here. And what I'll do is I'll go immediately to the files. And of course, Teams in the background, all the files are hosted on SharePoint document libraries. Messages are held in Exchange Online and things like that. Let's jump into this. Excel file here, and we'll demonstrate how we're still being able to be productive. You can kind of tell here that everything looks very similar to the full Win32 app, which we've actually blocked, but we're able to use the web app and things look good so far. I'll just go ahead and change some values here. So I'll go in there and put in that. And you can see here that everything is basically working as you'd expect. And I've got full read-write operations within those Teams files. But that's fine because it's contained within the web. As soon as I try to break that container, so I'll go here and I'll say save as, and I'll choose to download a copy of this spreadsheet. We can see immediately that MCAS interrupts that action. It says downloading this is blocked by organizational policy, and it gives us that custom message that we specified earlier. And what happens is MCAS actually, when it intercepts it, Instead gives us a little text file, which I'll open up, and you can see here that it just gives us some more information about the file we tried to download but failed, and then that custom message again. So that's how it can block the downloads, and it can do that, within the Excel web app as I'm looking here. Then also, if I jump back to let's go back to the full version of Teams. Let's take this PowerPoint file here. I'll take that and I'll say download from the context menu. And again, it's also going to intercept that and block that too. What we can also look at is we blocked, just to kind of demonstrate the power of this tool, we showed what could happen if I tried to block cut, copy, paste and those kind of operations. So let's look at this chat message here to Megan. And what I'll do is I'll take that, highlight it, and you'll notice as I right click, there isn't even an option to copy it. What I'll do instead is I'll highlight it once more. I'll say Control C to copy. And instead what I get is this notification telling me the action has been blocked. And if I was to try and paste that, I wouldn't be able to paste it. There would be nothing within my clipboard for that. So that's the other action that we're able to block here. There is, speaking about these blocked actions, there is one kind of significant shortcoming that I want to make you aware of, and that is that you'll see here we've got a couple JPEG pictures. At the minute, image files are not protected by those block downloads rules. The reason behind that is that as the reverse proxy is downloading all the data and rendering the web page, my understanding is that if it tried to block the images from the download, it would actually also block them from rendering the web page. Microsoft are aware that that's a problem, and if you go on Tech Community, you can find a thread there where they've identified it, and my understanding is a fix is coming, but just to make you aware that if you were to go into production just now, that is one of the shortcomings. So the other session policy that we introduced was to control file uploads, and we want to block anything malicious. If I jump back to my downloads folder here, you'll see here I've got a known malicious file, and this is a test piece of malware that Microsoft provide us, to demo and try out these kind of things. And what will happen is if I try now to upload this file to this same SharePoint library, that cloud app security policy is going to kick in. It's going to look at the hash of that file, compare it to a hash that is recognized by Microsoft Threat Intelligence. It will recognize that it's malware, and it's going to block that upload. So we'll jump back to the SharePoint library. I'll hit upload files. I'll say known malicious file, and I'll open that. And as you can see, I get that same interception message, tell me that it's been blocked, and I get another custom message here saying why it's been blocked. So this is quite a powerful tool to stop the accidental or the deliberate upload of bad files, files that we don't trust. And then again, just to kind of reiterate that we're not blocking everything here. If I go upload files and I take this kind of empty text file, I'll upload that, and we can see that that's going to upload fine. Well, in my case, there's already a file with that name, so I'll hit replace, and boom, that just ticks away, and it uploads that file we can see there a few seconds ago. So what this is doing is this is really introducing a level of control over our BYOD access to Teams. And similarly, if I was to hit this sync button here, what would happen is kind of similar to what happened with Teams. I would have to authenticate to the full OneDrive client app, but I wouldn't be allowed conditional access, would block that. So that's the user experience. We mentioned that part of our mitigation against BYOD risk is that we should be monitoring and looking at logs about what's going on in these BYOD devices. So with that said, let's now jump back to the admin experience and see what kind of auditing Cloud App Security can give us. Okay, so back in the Cloud App Security web interface, we have a page that's called Alerts. And we can use this page to see what policies have been triggered. So we had those 3 policies that were controlling the session. This will show us when they've been triggered, who they've been triggered by, and the files that were associated with it. So first of all, I'll jump into this alert called block upload of potential malware, and you'll see there that's got high severity. We can control what severity different policies get, so we can really decide our priorities when we're investigating things. And as I scroll down, you'll see it starts throwing a ton of information at me. Let's jump into the activity log and see what we've got here. First of all, tells me the user that was affected, tells me the device that they were on, tells me the app, which would be Teams, and it will show me here this option here called activity objects. And if I jump into activity objects, we can see right away how did this policy come to be, what triggered it. We can see here we've got this file with this hash. That hash matched a known bad malware, and therefore it detected the malware and said this upload is blocked. We can tell that because it matched a policy. You'll also see here we've got information such as the IP address, the ISP. Those have been hidden for the demo, but those can be quite useful if you're then going to start investigating a potential string of multiple users on the same IP, potentially uploading the same malware. That might be indicative of an ongoing threat or an attack. The device type, I can jump in here and get some good information about what operating system, what browser they accessed on. Is it something that's rare within my organization, for example, a down level operating system? And I can get geolocation as well. So is it a location that is familiar to me and familiar to my company? So that's the kind of activity log we get for the malware alerts. And what I can do is I'll jump back here. We'll go back to our alerts, and we'll also see ones here called block download on unmanaged devices. So that's an alert that's triggered by the fact our policy to block all downloads was triggered. And again, if I jump in here, we can see what files were blocked. We can see the policy that was matched, and again, activity objects, it shows me here. We've got that PowerPoint file I tried to download, and that's been blocked. And again, I get that same type of information. I can even jump from kind of investigation pane to investigation pane, going from general information about this alert to information about that user. For example, do they have lots and lots of open alerts? Is that going to be something that's interesting to me? And then what other IP addresses is this user accessing our company resources from? So that's the kind of investigation and the capability that's available to us through Cloud App Security. Hopefully this session's been informative to you. We've looked at how we can take different tools within the Microsoft 365 stack and introduce them to control BYOD access on Microsoft Teams, control and prevent data loss prevention, stop the spread of malware. And really what we can do is we can take those, we can really tune those to the needs of our specific organization. We can fully block access on BYOD devices, or we can really just tone it in. Hopefully that's been a great help to you. Thanks for watching, and keep an eye on petri.com for more articles from folks like myself on subjects like this.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts below and stay tuned. There are many more sessions ahead. And that is a wrap, folks. Today's Get IT one-day virtual learning conference focusing deeply on Microsoft Teams has come to an end. But just because it's come to an end does not mean that the fun has stopped. First of all of these sessions are going to be available on demand. So you can come back and watch them at any time, refresh yourself, and also all the download material you can take with you. Go download those handouts. It's a really smart way to make sure you can just refresh yourself about some of the things we talked about today, and you can always download them at any point. So make sure you go to petri.com/conferences and download the handouts if you have not. Once again, want to give a big shout out to our friends over at Veeam, CoreView, and AvePoint for making today possible. Without them, these types of events would not occur. So big shout out to them, and also a big shout out to all of our speakers. We had a huge agenda today filled with Microsoft MVPs and industry experts, and this event just was a phenomenal success. We want to give a big shout out to them, and also you, the listener of the sessions. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible either. So thank you for coming, and thank you for attending, and make sure to stick around. We've got another one of these virtual conferences coming up where we're going to be diving deep into PowerShell. You can find all the information on that at petri.com/conferences, and we'll catch all of you right back here next time at our Get IT events.